Why is that only on there? Hey, what's up, man? Can't post comments to some. Okay. Sure. Facebook. Okay. So now everything's showing up. Cool. What's up, everybody? Hi, everybody. Hi, Dr. Nick. All right. We got some cleaning up to do. I think I'm going to move this stuff and I'm going to put it up over there. And I'm going to move my wash and cure down here. I think that's what I'm going to do because I find myself 9 times out of 10 bringing everything over here, putting it on here, and then I have to clean this all off once I'm done. And it's kind of counterproductive, in my opinion. Whereas I can have my wash and cure station here and have everything set up and just automatically, remove supports and whatnot from it. So I think we're gonna do a little bit of rearranging. So um, I don't really have any prints going right now. I mean, I have two to remove, and I got some to set up, but that's pretty much it for right now. Nothing spectacular going on. So I might fire up the chocolate printer here, and then I might also set back up the BQ B1 SE Plus, which that's been not really working. So yeah, it's not going to be great review. I will tell you that much. Why am I not seeing comments from people? Hey, how's it going, Rita? What am I going to show this time? Nothing really right now. Um, don't know why it's not showing all comments. I'm here, Creality. Ah, good. I was just at. Oh, hey, what's up, Lucas? How's it going, man? I was just gonna say I was just at your guys' booth because it doesn't show me who was posted on there. Like you have to click the link above the video in order for Facebook to like okay StreamYards, and then it'll show me your name. But yeah, on here it just shows Facebook user. So I'm like, okay, Creality's popping in. That's cool. I take it. Oh yeah, you're done for the night. It's 10, almost 11 o'clock here. So I was gonna see about possibly coming in again today, but my schedule is just not. It's not going to be able to, and tomorrow definitely not. I got a lot of cleaning up to do here and upstairs. Basically I'm going to be cleaning, going cleaning crazy because yeah, it looks like a disaster in my place. Um, so yeah, that's basically what I'm going to be doing a little bit here right now, and then yeah, I'm just going to be doing that all tomorrow. So I'm going to try and do a live stream like in the middle of the day because I do have some printers that need to do unboxing and everything for it. So um, I'd like to try and get that done, but I'm not holding my breath. Well, that's good. I can at least have the Facebook comments over here, so I can see who's commenting and who's not. So that's cool. Let's can we mark this as an announcement? Oh, we totally can. There we go. That's big. Mucho gusto. All right, let's grab some gloves, get some stuff done, and everything resituated here because, like I said, I need some more. I need a better flow for my stuff. And here I am. I went to that additive manufacturing rapid TCT conference yesterday, and I definitely don't have the money to buy most of the printers that are there. Not even remotely close to that. But one of the things that caught my eye, Nexa 3D, who makes the fastest resin printer on the market. They had a new wash and cure station, well, wash station more or less actually, that was there, and I found out it's only about $7,500 for it, but it is about as big as this thing, and it can hold a build plate as big as that. So that's pretty cool because it holds the Nexa build plate. But yeah, $7,000 for it. But it is insane. It has its own cycling system, so it cycles out all the bad stuff and filters it somehow. Like crazy. So hey, Spring, how's it going? If you need somebody to show off that new DLP printer, I can definitely help with that. Yeah, I knew that was going to happen. Because my hand is all sweaty, that's why. I was just by the Creality booth yesterday, at their show on the conference. Excuse me here, it's going to be kind of loud for a quick second. Hi, Maria, how's it going? And that is how we put on gloves. Very simply. Maria, how's it going? I was just at the Creality booth yesterday at the TCT show. So I was dropping some stuff off for Lucas. So got to meet Lucas, the rep there from Creality. So kind of cool. A lot of cool printers there and everything. Some new prototypes that are just coming out. Some things that were just announced at that conference. So really, really cool to go there. My first additive manufacturing show that I've been to, and yeah, definitely. I act like a professional streamer now. Thank you. I don't consider myself one, but hey, it is what it is. I try my best. So, but thank you for the compliment. All right, what do we need to do? We need to package this back up. So, some of you guys may or may not know I've been working with Mach 5 to get a new screen protector for everybody for the Frozen Sonic Mega, and it's close. Just need one more iteration. So let's grab my buddy in here. What's up, Vincent? How's it going, man? No audio, sir. Check. Gotta love it. Always switches it. Like your video, 5 comments. Oh, that's cool.
Check 1, 2.
There you go.
Yeah, because my PC crashed a couple of days ago.
I gotcha.
I had to change the settings.
Understand.
Yeah. Just woke up. It's 6 in the morning here, so.
Yeah, that's pretty much the same with. I'm sure the UK guys are going to be just waking up here in a couple hours.
Yeah. Finally finished that light that I was building for my son.
Yep.
Total time 250 hours.
250 hours?
Yeah.
Whoa. But that's FDM printed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's fine.
But 100% infill.
Oh, speaking of the UK friends, there they are.
One of the pieces.
Yeah, that looks a lot better than the ones that I've seen. The other ones just kind of look like an Apple product to me, and they're like just a white thing across it. I'm like, it's okay. You know, it's nothing to write home about. And then I saw your one. I was like, wow, that's way cooler because it looks like a construction piece, like an erector set. You know?
Yeah, and we're still deciding to paint it or leave it like it is because it's more rough on the edges.
Yeah.
But I really gotta find some good glue. I've been using glue from models and stuff, but it's very expensive. I've been using these kind of glues.
Ah, okay.
So I'm really deciding to try to build one in clear resin.
Nice. That'll be really, really nice. I would like to see that like in a colored resin or something.
Yeah, exactly. Like in a red color or green or something. But then I have to take a look for the glue. How do you glue clear resin together without all the layers you can see between it?
You use clear resin to bond it together.
Okay.
So what you do is you have two ends. So two pieces. You lather it up with both the clear resin on each side. Put it together. Put it under a UV light or have a flashlight, and it'll literally bond together. And it's even easier because it's a clear resin, so it will actually bond on the inside as well, not just the outside.
Yeah.
So,
yeah. And I have to check
yes, Joshua, it's an LED strip holder. So basically, it looks like the St. Louis Arch, basically, and it just goes up. It's a big LED holder in a way.
Yeah, it's 2 meters wide and about 1 meter high. So basically, you can put 2 LED strips in it. One on the inside when you are working on your desk. That's the white one. And just for fun, you can do take a look. Yeah, there's the LEDs white side on the inside, and on the inside here on the bridge, you can do an RGB color.
Nice. Let's see here. Maria, I'm checking out your power station here really quick. I do have battery backup. So as you can see, there's one right here. That's an APC battery backup. So we have a lot of stuff there. Broken. It needs a mic or a cam to connect. It won't let me throw you into the feed without it. So, but yeah, that is a cool power station. I have one of those. Ah, there we are. Hello, sir.
What's up, man? I had my first fail on the Mighty 4K.
The Mighty 4K?
Yeah, that's my first.
Oh, God.
He broke it.
Yeah, he did break it. Hey, it's not a live stream with somebody breaking something, so.
Yep. Yeah, so that's what I'm basically working on. I found that Arch on Thingiverse, they're printing some stuff from there, but bigger stuff like the Ed 209 from RoboCop.
Yeah.
Still have to make 2 pieces. Finally got my filament in. I found some other filament on Amazon to try out. It's a little bit cheaper, so take a look if it's a good one.
I don't know. It doesn't like James's connection for some reason. Yeah. Somebody asked if you're running addressable strips or just RGB.
Normal white on the inside and RGB on the outside.
Oh, okay. So it's a taped together type thing?
No.
where it's
No.
One
Separate.
on top of the other?
Yeah, it's like white is going on the inside. So if you got the arch like so,
Yeah.
like this,
Oh,
you got-
okay, cool.
you got white on the inside. So the white is shining on your desk. And if you don't use the white and you're not sitting on your desk, you got on the inside, you got another place that you can stick the RGB color in. So basically you got two colors. White's not a color, but you got white on the inside when you're working on your desk.
I gotcha.
You can do one strip, but I will use two. One thing, don't use them together. I don't know what happens with the PLA if you with the heat if you turn on both the strips at the same time.
Right.
But I'm definitely gonna try it in resin soon. But it took me
That would
about
definitely go a lot faster in resin. I can guarantee that because that's
I think
it's
I
going to be a
can
lot
print.
easier to print that.
I think I can print two of them on the small one.
Yeah, so you could actually like if you print those smaller ones, you can stack them and it'll be the same amount. So we have Lucas. What's up, buddy? You can actually like if you print those smaller ones, you can stack them and you might want to turn down your mic or your audio a little bit. We have Lucas.
I'm in here as well.
Ones, you can stack them and you might want to turn down your mic or your audio a little bit. We have Lucas.
I'm in here as well. Is the volume okay now?
Check.
Is the volume okay now?
Check.
Still echoing.
Feedback. Hold on.
Is the volume okay now?
Check.
Still echoing.
Feedback. Hold on.
Is the volume okay now?
Still echoing.
Can you mute? No, you can't mute it. Never mind. Something's messy with the audio on that. Can you mute? No, you can't mute it. Never mind. Something's messy with the audio on that. Can you? All right, we're just gonna mute him for a quick second here.
Yeah.
So what's up, James?
Yeah, so-
How's it going, man?
Rough night. Had the Mighty 4K. I was doing some afterburner ducts for the Ender 3V2, and I did the new resin profiling and stuff. I was doing some afterburner, and one got stuck to the FEP, the other got loose. So I guess it's a little bit different with the 4K versus the old Mars and Photon.
Yep.
Unfortunately. Gotta go. So I guess it's a little bit
Lucas,
different.
I don't know
with
if
the
you have
4K
earbuds. That might help out.
Yep. Unfortunately. Gotta go.
I hope this goes through well. I hope that this sounds well. I used to work for Ferguson, and I worked for many different companies. So just on the manufacturing side. For Ferguson, and I worked for many different companies.
I'm getting a lot of feedback.
Yeah, it's because he has his speaker on, and his speaker and his sound and everything is going over here. Yeah, it's because he has his speaker on, and his speaker and his sound and everything is going over here.
Go ahead and mute your laptop.
I'm gonna grab my earbuds.
Okay.
Sound and everything is going over here. And you did okay.
We'll just put them on mute for right now. All right. Yeah. So, sorry, you were saying about the Mighty 4K and like the differences between the Elegoo.
Yeah, no, I mean, it was pretty much standard anyway. So it was already dialed in, and it was already leveled. I mean, I tried to level; it was already level. I did the screen protector thing, which I don't think I need to do anyway. I think I'm just gonna take it off.
Yep.
So I don't know if it's a screen protector because I mean I leveled it, but I also have the magnetic bed. I'm not really a fan of that because I took it off the first time and splashed everywhere. Like,
yep.
I'm not a fan of that.
That's exactly what me and John were talking about when they first started announcing that, because that was something that I had an idea a long time ago. I might even talk to you when you had your resin printers, but like shortly after you got me into resin printing, that's exactly what I was thinking about, is like getting a flexible build plate, because it was a pain to remove it. Because at that time I was removing it with this thing, and that's just terrible.
Don't get me started.
Yeah. So I mean, that's a disaster removing it with that. So that's what I started thinking about it, and I reached out to Wham Bam because, you know, the other person, Tim, who I usually go through, he wasn't really too into resin printing, and he had the same concerns that I did. So I was like, all right, let's go and reach out to Wham Bam. And he kind of was like thinking about doing that. And so the issue is we were trying to figure out how to utilize the build plate in that way to where it minimizes the effort, but there was issues where how long is the magnet going to hold up, and, you know, splashing and all those type of issues were the problem. So that's why I never went forward with it, because I was too worried about that.
On these big ones, you need a stronger magnet, but the problem is it's a stronger magnet, and so you got to snap it off. And I didn't really think about it, and it got me.
Yeah, exactly. So that's like the double effect. So like on the smaller ones, you don't have that issue, but the issue is there's not enough flex in the plates to warrant them to be good enough on the smaller printers, in my opinion. Whereas if you have them on the medium or the large printers, then you get that issue where there's just stuff that flies everywhere once you take it off. So I mean, it's kind of like a double-edged sword type thing. But again, I'm the same way. I don't really care for them anymore. So.
And I'm used to using a paint scraper anyway.
Yep, exactly. I have this Epax 3D gave me this with their E10 in their kit, and this is probably one of the best scrapers that I've gotten from a manufacturer to date. So it is just as good as my my razor blade that I've been using for a long time. So, and then of course I'm sure people will pop in here and be like, "Oh my God, you're going to destroy your build plate." Hey, it is what it is. So.
Been doing that since back when the OG Mars was coming, and people still said the same thing. And
destroy your build plate. I have this WeBox that I've had probably about maybe a month after I got into resin printing. After I last saw you, and that thing's got so many scars and nicks on it, and it's not terrible. Like, if it's really that bad, all you have to do is just sand it down. I don't really suggest that, because your adhesion goes up like tenfold. So that's not necessarily a good thing if you're trying to remove stuff. But, you know, if you're okay with that, all right. As long as you got a good scraper, you're good. So, what's up, Canadian Maker Project? May Young, hello. How are you? Where are we?
Actually, most of sorry, I'm sorry. Like, I can't find my headbuds. But anyway, like most of the machines from Creality. Sorry, I'm sorry. Like, I can't find my headbuds. But anyway, like most of the machines from Creality. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Mute your speakers when you talk. And then when you're done talking,
mute your speakers right now.
Mute
your speakers when you talk. And then when you're done talking,
mute your speakers right now.
Yeah, it's going back and forth.
So this guy Lucas, he's actually in Chicago right now at the Rapid TCT show. He's one of Creality's people. So,
oh, really?
Yeah. He's basically the one-man show for Creality down there right now. So hold on, let me unmute. Yeah, he's basically the one-man show for Creality down there right now. So he's basically the one-man show for Creality.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get a coffee.
Not much. Saw you were on and saying hi. Oh, well, hi.
So what projects are you working on now?
What I'm working on?
Yeah.
Well, right now I'm getting ready to move all this stuff because I have the longer orange 4K, I have the Sonic Mini 4K, and I have the Wii Box. And I basically have been using this little area for my like staging and scraping stuff off. So I'm going to swap all these for my wash and cure and bring my wash and cure over here and basically use this as my wash and cure setup, basically, because it's just like the flow just kind of automatically goes here for all my printers anyway. So I'm like, you know what, it's kind of pointless doing this, then going to that, and then this, and I have all my stuff here. Why do I have to keep cleaning this off because it's just paper towels here when I have a perfectly good Wham Bam slap mat?
Oh, I was about to say you should get a Wham Bam mat.
Yeah, he sent me one a while ago. I mean, it's huge, so it's totally useful. And so I'm like, I can also put the hood up over here, like I can clear out some space on the shelf here and get that all situated. So it's more of a better setup. So what's up, Jerry? How's it going, Dora? Yeah. If you guys see me talking to people and you don't see who I'm talking to, that's because on my actual Facebook page, I'm streaming as well, but for some reason the comments don't come into StreamYards for some reason. So
No, I'm seeing them.
Are you?
Yeah, Jerry Knapp, 3DHP.
No. So like there's Dora Ding, May Young, Josh Furry.
I see what you're saying.
Maria Wu. Those ones I don't think you guys see. Tactile 3D. Mr. Jermaine, how's it going, bud?
Yeah. Still get my name wrong. How's everybody?
This is the after party, I guess. Sure.
After party for what?
Good. I don't know. I didn't think I was that famous.
You're famous enough in the 3D printing community, so
so.
You're well known.
I don't like to make myself feel that way.
Yeah, I know what
I
you
get.
mean.
I get too big headed, and then there's issues, and I'm like, nah, I'm good. I'm nobody.
I made a baby bottle in my resin printer.
Oh yeah.
And I forgot to check it, and I saw there's a second layer inside what closes the top part of the bottle, and I forgot to puncture it, so the top didn't fully form, and the suction basically ripped it off the baby teat, the nozzles of the baby bottle.
Yep.
And got stuck on the film, and I can't get it off, so I put the cleaning thing on, for 15 seconds, and now I can't get that off. I'm like, oh god, now I have to take it carefully off and drain the wad, and then take my finger and I guess go underneath the plastic and push it a little bit up, and then with my other finger.
So that's a good point to talk about right now, because I see that a lot. And I wanted to show people how I remove stuff that's stuck to the FEP film. It's very simple, actually.
Just put your finger underneath and pop it up.
Because I don't want to scrape too hard, I'm scared.
You don't need to scrape
mess up.
Put your finger underneath it, pop it up, and then just slowly lift it off.
Yeah, the problem is I cut my fingernails.
So here's
I can't get underneath it.
Sonic Mega 8K, okay? This thing's ridiculous.
Yeah,
all right.
Wow.
So if you have a print, okay, obviously you drained everything out of it and your print's stuck to it, okay? What I usually do is I'll press with my fingers, and I'll press a good amount. Like, it's pretty hard to puncture this FEP with your fingers. Now,
sure.
If you have a blunt object, obviously, okay. So if I need to use something to get under, I'll keep these plastic scrapers. And then what I'll do is I'll press a little bit with like my thumb, like this, press in, kind of like you're thumbing something, basically, like you're just pressing in. And then once it gets up, if you're worried about like doing the rest like that, just take your plastic scraper,
and slide it underneath.
Get underneath it, and you'll just literally hear it go like peel away. The same sound that you hear with the peel effect. Again, don't use any additives on this. It's not needed.
Yes.
Sorry, rant over.
Yeah. Take a look, Matt. I just almost finished with this one. Yeah.
Ooh, nice.
Still need some paint work, but I still have to make the covers for the arms. And I'm deciding to do the head over the Google speaker, but still deciding.
Right.
Or maybe doing a black speaker, because I got a couple of black Google speakers laying around, so maybe changing it. But I was fiddling around with the infill. I did the legs, one 40% infill and one with 50.
Gotcha.
So it was the first time that I was starting printing. I was building this one about 8 months ago.
Nice. Yeah, I got a project I got to start printing for everyone. I got a whole thing I got to do for the next month for them, and basically promoting their filament on the group.
One thing, don't glue the head, because you need to put the wire underneath it. First of all, I wanted to glue it onto the robot, but you don't got space anymore then to connect your Google speaker, so you have to keep this separate.
Right, I gotcha.
See, like this. So this one is almost done.
Nice.
Does it fight?
Does
No.
it bite?
No, I was looking for the sound so I can connect that on the speaker when it's talking like an F209 or something, but I don't know how to do it. It would be fun.
Oh yeah,
Have like a little robot going around, like in, batteries not included, you know.
Oh, that's one I still need to print.
Oh, so that's one thing. Somebody was asking what I was going to talk about. Kind of going back to the additive stuff on FET films. Okay. I see people talking about that, and I was looking more into what FET films are more or less made of and everything, and basically it's PTFE. Okay, that's basically what a FET film is. And what's funny is you see these people using like 3-in-1 lubricating PTFE to lubricate their FET films. So just to be on the same page here, we're taking PTFE film and lubricating it with PTFE.
That does make no sense.
Doesn't make any sense to me.
But see, I've seen it work too, though.
I know the other argument to that is Rain-X. And Rain-X's active ingredient, like the main ingredient, is, well, I don't have a can of it, but it's denatured alcohol. It's alcohol.
Here, let me see.
Rubbing alcohol.
But that would destroy the FET, doesn't it?
No,
alcohol.
It does not. I've used it millions of times.
Let's see. Rain-X. Let's see.
Yeah. So Rain-X kind of has the same polymers as PTFE lube, but it also has alcohol in it added. So as I was looking in this was like 2 days ago, I decided to go down that rabbit hole for some odd reason. Oh, somebody on TikTok was suggesting 3-in-1, and I was like, all right, I need to finally look into this and see what the whole thing is about, and if it actually is a workable solution. But legitimately, Rain-X is another one that people use all the time, and I see talked about, and it's basically alcohol in a way.
Denatured alcohol.
It's mostly alcohol. So when it goes on anything, it's going to evaporate and leave nothing behind. So again, it's in my opinion, both of those things that people use is more of a placebo effect in my eyes from reading what they actually are. And so I don't really see the whole needing for it. Again, I know Rain-X also has other polymers in it, but the polymers are very similar to like a PTFE lube. That's why range just kind of washes away from it. But again, it's not going to work very well from this because you're constantly using the lubricant to clean everything, and resin is a similar lubricant, so you're not really doing anything for it, in my opinion. But
we have a mutual friend that you've met before, and he got an old Photon from the old friend of ours, one of the returns and stuff, Miss Ivy, and he was getting his shit stuck all the time. He used Drain-X and it stopped. Because at the time, I mean, that's what they were pushing at the time, and he tried it, it worked, and he never looked back. But I mean, he ended up getting rid of it anyway.
Yeah. So I mean, I'm not trying to knock it or anything. Like I don't personally think that it's needed. As long as you have the correct
exposure times, right, or bottom layers.
Yeah, like that's the main thing. Like I tell people, there's 3 main things to resin printing, and if you get those 3, 100%, you will have an amazing printing time. And yes, I still get those wrong. Case in point, this print failed, and I'll tell you exactly why it failed. So one of the main things that you should always do when you have a resin printer is take that calibration tool, whatever one that you like, the Amerilabs, the XP2. I personally like the new Photon one that came out because it's very fast and it's easy to read. And if something else comes along the way, like I was working on one for larger printers, but it just wasn't good enough because it used too much resin. So that's the issue. So I basically found this one, and I've been using it ever since. And as long as you get your calibration within a certain spec, within a second of it, it'll work. So you don't really need anything else in that terms, like any additives or anything. The second thing is print orientation is another major thing that a lot of people don't understand. And it's even worse when it gets to a bigger resin printer because you have much more liquid in there. So the way that everything has to kind of drip off is much different. So that's why you see a lot of people go from a smaller resin printer to a medium size, and they have a ton of issues. But also to couple with that, there's also the issue with supports. Supports are going to act much more different on a larger printer than they are on a smaller. So like I can use this print right here and use light supports and it'll work and work perfectly fine. And I can be like, that's great. And I can go out to, let's say this is an Elegoo Mars, and I go and I upgrade to an Elegoo Saturn, and I use those exact same print settings that I've used before, and it fails. Well, the reason is because you're having a lot more suction force on that FET film with the print. So even though it seems like it's the same exact thing, because it is, with the suction of the actual FET, the give back that the FET does every time that it suctions away, it's more of a like a ripple effect than these ones. The same thing with like the magnetic build plates. Like there's less flex on the magnetic build plates for the smaller ones, but there's more flex on the big. It's the same concept, same exact thing, just you're doing it from the FET film. So a lot of people don't understand when you go to a bigger printer, you got more of that. So if you try and use the same support setup or orientation, it might not work for that bigger printer. And that's at least what I've learned from using, going from a small printer, well, really small to a medium to a large to an insanely large printer. You get to realize that really fast, especially on this thing. Like going from a medium-sized printer to this thing, failures for the first 6 prints. And I was pulling out my hair, like trying to understand. And even though this has got NFEP on it, a better FEP sheet, I was still getting issues with stuff sticking to the vat. And I was like, my exposure time is good, my print orientation is good. And then Frozen came out with their like support settings and everything, and I tinkered with that a little bit. And I was like, well, that's why, because I never really messed with the support settings and like how it attaches and everything and how they're set up. So I was like, well, that's the reason why, is because, you know, the support settings is a major thing as well. They're set up.
Do you need thicker supports?
On this machine, you kind of do, depending on what print it is. If it's hollow, you can get away with like a medium support, but there's no way you're ever going to be utilizing a light support on that, in my opinion.
What's with those little figurines? Really?
Even on miniatures. So, like these guys I printed, okay? These were pre-supported with light supports. I printed like 20 of them on a build plate, and 14 of them came out. Then what I did is I went back, I re-sliced it, put some medium supports on those structures that were failing, reprinted it, and it printed every single one of them.
So what about ducks? Should I angle it or just keep it flat like it did?
What is it?
So my ducks, there were no supports. I had them flat. So I'm thinking maybe the suction was too much, so maybe I should angle it.
It's possible, yeah. So with that, the other thing is like your build plate might need some extra additive, because like the Frozen Sonic Mighty, you know, I've seen it kind of both ways. Like sometimes people are okay printing right on the build plate, sometimes they're not. So you can do one of two things. You can do the whole support and angle it just ever so slightly, like at 10 or 15%, or try sanding your build plate down. Like I said, if you
I did that, and it's a magnetic build plate. So
okay. Oh, that's right. It is a magnetic one. So that could also be the issue too, because if you have any resin in between the mat and the magnetic plate, or
it'll
the
pull
plate,
up a little bit, maybe.
It will actually like glide. So it's kind of, yeah, that's exactly what it will do. And even if it doesn't glide, what'll happen is it'll basically go like that. It'll bow out because there's liquid underneath there, and when it peels effect, you're killing your print instantly. No matter what you're doing right, it's going to have a failed print. So that's
probably why it stuck to the build plate, because it fell off and kept smashing into it.
It's a good possibility. So that, again, that's one of the reasons why I stopped using a magnetic plate. I love the idea of it, but it's just the uses that I got from it were just not good. I did use a bigger one for my Wii box, and it wasn't working right. So I was like, you know what? I'm just done with that, and I've never looked back. And I know a lot of people love them, and I get, you know, the ease ability for it and flex and everything, but in my opinion, they cause more issues than they do good, at least in my printing experience. So,
okay, I'll probably take it off then.
Yeah, I mean, go ahead and test it out. Like, you know, do some testing. Just make sure it's super dry and everything, and just kind of go from there. But if I had consistent failures and that was the only thing that I was like adding, then I would just automatically think to myself, all right, I added in this modification and now stuff is not working. Okay, then this probably is the issue. So I don't know. It could be various things, but that would be my first go-to, because like I said, it's an add-on, and that's what I would just think of. So
here you can see it on the outside. There's the RGB color strip in it. It's an old RGB strip. I just wanted to take a look
that's nice.
how it was looking.
I like that design. What do you have a picture of it with it lighted on both of them?
No, because I still have to buy the LED strings.
Oh, I gotcha. So you just have the test one on there.
Yeah,
right
it was an old strip that was stuck under my desk, and the half of it was not working.
Yeah, that's nice. I like that.
So basically, that's the outside, and you can change, of course, the colors. And I did that with 100% infill. But if you ever try that, you have to tinker around with the supports. Because if you do too much supports, you can go back.
So what is that? A bunch of like
it's like
10 millimeter pieces?
It's about Yeah, I think it's about 2.5 millimeters wide, like so. And I did it on 100% infill because I was scared that I would break it if you take it apart.
Yep.
The issue with this one was because this one is bending, going around, of course, because of the arch. You have to make sure you got enough supports on the bottom, otherwise it will come off the bed. You cannot print it like this or the other way around. It will not work. You have to do it upways, and then you have to tinker around with the settings, with the supports, how much infill you want, how much supports you want. Because the first time I did, I wasn't looking. I did 100% support infill. I couldn't get everything out, so it was just a basic block of plastic.
Whoops.
Yeah. So you have to take a look when you do that. You have to tinker around.
That's my film on the bottom.
You live and you learn.
I just have to lift it up now. Hopefully I can get it out with my fingernails.
Yeah, so that one, so Matt, instead of doing that, go from underneath. Go from underneath, like finger the edge.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing.
Yep, and then you'll hear it like pick up, and then just grab a corner and pull it. Oh, there goes Lucas. Oh no, that was never mind. It wasn't Lucas. Your internet's really loving you tonight, huh?
Yeah, I switched over to Brave browser. Firefox sucks.
I gotcha. Oh, Firefox. I haven't used that in a decade.
I don't like Chrome, man. Chrome lags so much. And if we're talking about Internet Explorer or whatever the new one is, how dare you? Or whatever the new one is, how dare you?
Let's see here. Yeah, so just grab that corner. Here, let's get him on the big screen.
Yeah, I'm trying to get the corner right now up, but...
So here, but before you do that, okay, just take your fingers, okay, and just go all around it like a zigzag, all the way down, back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, all the way down. Just keep pressing and then come back up and do the same thing.
It's almost basically the same like one of those magnetic beds that you're bending.
And you should hear it like kind of peel away. Peel sounds are good. Do you still have a plastic scraper that came with that or no?
Yeah, but it's shitty.
Okay, so kind of get in the corner a little bit and just push up. Use the edge of the vat as a no on the inside like you were doing, and use the edge.
Oh yeah, got it.
Yeah, use the edge of the vat as like a pry tool, basically. Get up one corner and just slide it right down, and you're good. There you go, perfect.
There. Now the hardest bit to put it back on.
See, super simple. Now the hard part is doing that while the vat is still filled. That's the fun time.
Especially if you have that with the Mega.
oh, don't even get me started with that. In general, handling that thing is a royal pain in my ass. Like, I love everything about it, but when I have to change resins or drain, like I went out and I literally made my own draining system because the issue is I use this. And it's got a removable strainer, which is really cool, and it's big. But the problem is it doesn't filter fast enough 2 liters of resin. So I needed something that was able to hold about 2 liters of resin. So I took 2 oil spouts. I bought some wire mesh that's basically like filter mesh, the same stuff that this is made out of, and coffee filters and stuff. And, I bought the one that I thought was the best, like, sizing for it, so that way it's not too big. And yeah, I've been using that, and it works perfectly. So like I basically like cut it all up, and it's huge, but it works. So
if it works, it works, man.
yeah, it works for now. So it's not the greatest. It's totally ghetto. But I have another idea in mind that I'm gonna try and test out. But I need to get back into designing something so I can design a basically like a print in place connector for whatchamacallit, for the wire mesh. So that way I can just remove it if I need to really quickly.
You know what I think is a bad design? I mean, the Mighty 4K is, brilliant machine so far. I like. The only thing what I don't like are those little bars.
You gotta screw them on. That's dumb, dude. I don't like it.
It's so hard because once you put it on, you have a chance of damaging the fab, because the thing's poking up and you have to perfectly align it before it slips through. So, and there's no guiding rod. I mean, it's more like the Anycubic where you slide it out like this,
James, do you have that vat? Do you have a metal vat?
No, I have a plastic one.
Oh, what the hell?
That's a metal one. What I have.
I got the plastic one too.
The black one, yeah.
You got the good vat at least.
Me?
Yeah, you do. They must be having them with metal vats now because they used to be plastic vats.
I wonder if it makes a difference.
It's just like the original Sonic Mini where they had issues with it leaking, but I haven't seen them since then, like an issue with a leaking vat, and pretty much everybody's doing it. Like the EPAX has that. The Hallett one does not. Or Hallett.
The metal or the plastic?
This is the metal.
So EPAX has a plastic vat. Longer has a plastic vat.
Mars has them.
Mine is a metal one.
And somebody else has them too.
This is a metal one.
Yeah, so his is metal, so that's kind of nice. Now, I know you said that's you hate those little screw-ons, and those are okay compared to what you have to deal with the EPAX, because at least when you unscrew those ones on the Sonic Mighty, you at least still have them on the screw post. Whereas on the EPAX, if you just went ahead and started unscrewing them, it will literally fly off and go into the vat because it's just a screw top. That's all it is. So it doesn't sit on the actual screw post like those ones do.
Right, so, they could have put holes in it, and then on the vat itself, just have little the bars coming off, so it just insets and sits in. I don't know why they didn't do that. It seems like the smarter play.
I don't know. It might be a cost-effective thing. I have not a clue. So,
yeah, take a look what happened to my one. It's completely
cost-effective thing. I have not a
wide up.
All asked me the same questions. I know all the manufacturers. So,
wide up.
All the manufacturers do. Hey, Lucas, can you turn your audio off? Like, is there a closed caption by chance?
Yeah, if he turns his audio off when he talks and then turns it on when he mutes.
Can you turn your audio off? Like, is there a closed caption by chance?
Yeah, if he turns his audio off when he talks and then turns it on when he mutes.
Can you turn your audio off? Caption.
Yeah, if he turns his audio off when he talks and then turns it on when he mutes.
Can you turn your audio off? Okay, I think we're good. Yay. All right, now we're good. So now we can actually hear and we can talk to him. Okay. Yay. All right, now we're good.
Well, if he turns Facebook on his phone, he can leave the speaker on and hear it like that. And then he can just talk through his laptop. That's one way, I guess. Well, if he turns Facebook on his phone, he can leave the speaker on and hear it like that.
I never thought of that.
He can just talk through his laptop. That's one way, I guess. Well, if he turns Facebook on his phone,
technically you could just go on your phone and do that. I never thought of that.
He can just talk through his laptop. That's one way, I guess. Well, if he turns Facebook on his phone,
technically you could just go on your phone and do that. I never thought of that.
He can just talk through his laptop. That's one way, I guess. Well, if he turns Facebook
way that I can do closed captioning on this. Let's see. Settings.
So you know how you could take plastic and from 2-liter bottles, cut it down, turn it into filament?
Yep.
If you take old film, the tape, like the old VHS tapes, you get 5 of them together, you can make filament from it, and it's magnetic. Old film.
And it's magnetic?
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
Like you're talking about like the casing of the cassette or the actual tape?
The film.
Really?
You put a couple films together, you put it through, make it the same exact way, then you print with it, and it's magnetic.
So that's basically how a VHS works. Jesus. So that's why it's got that little roller in the back then. I see.
I'm going to be showing some prints. I got some stuff going for my kids' school for the National Junior Honor Society. I'm making a recycler and getting it to all of like the schools down here in St. Louis. But I'm going to have a special thing so she can show some magnetic stuff. Just because, whatever. Get the kids involved.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that's completely understandable. Yeah. That's one of the things I got to do because my son's school is trying to get a like a STEM class going, and I offered to get them a 3D printer. So
sweet. See if your work will do it, dude. It's free advertising.
See if who?
Your work, it's free. Oh yeah, I get you now.
Yeah, right. My work.
I bought an unknown filament brand from Facebook.
Oh boy.
And Amazon, but it's pretty good sealed. Vacuum
What's
sealed, dry bag.
What's the name?
Tin Mori.
Oh, Tin Murray. Yeah.
Yeah.
Tin Murray.
And there's an extra bag in it, so if you open this one, you can put it in here for a long time storage.
That's kind of cool. I've never seen that before.
And this was a cheap filament, so I still have to test it out because I'm designing that model rocket box, the launch controller for the model rockets.
Gotcha.
Oh yeah, you never got to me, dude. They have the Arduino launchers.
Yeah, I was searching for you, but I forgot it because I started working on my driver's license, and I was learning in the books and had some birthday parties, and so.
You have a birthday parties?
No, not me. My brother's son was getting one past a couple of days ago. And I'm working on my driver's license, and it's so expensive here now in the Netherlands. So it's not even funny. I paid about 3,000 euros for it.
Holy cow, dude!
Yep. That's for everything.
That's insane.
Yeah. So I don't want to fail my exams.
3,000 euros, that's a lot of money.
Yep.
Wow. Well, I can do with 3,000 euros.
I wanted to buy something else, but yeah, my driver's license need to come first because I've got issues with my my legs. I sometimes cannot walk anymore. So I want to change my my job. I used to be a motorbike mechanic.
You just gotta make a robot so you can go around everywhere with it. Robot.
Yeah. Yeah.
I wanted to make that joke, but I thought it was a little bit too. I don't know Benson so well, so I wanted to. You can print yourself some new feet out, robot feet.
Yeah.
I don't know Benson so well.
Yeah. Hey, you gotta do what you gotta do, man. So yeah, I'm gonna test
I get myself a new spine. Printed.
The hardest part for me is I'm living 4 stories up, and we don't got an elevator, so it's 9 stairs every day. So it's hard to come.
9 flights of stairs.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. So.
You know that do have those little. Those are kind of mobility chairs, and they can go upstairs.
Yeah, I know, but they won't do that here.
Oh,
that's what kids are for.
So that's why I'm looking for another house, a downstairs house. And basically what I'm going to do then is build a workspace outside in the garden for all the 3D printers that I'm going to buy in the near future. I've got another Creality here. I had issues from the start. So, small thing. And Matt is already laughing.
How dare you? User error. User error.
So I'm giving it to my cousin. He wants to tinker around with it. And
he gives a problem to somebody else.
I will agree with you that it was absolutely a user error before he got it.
Yeah, there was so much.
It was a like a buy from your friend one, right? That's the one you're talking about.
He bought it brand new and had straight issues out of the box. There was all kind of things broken and wrong with it, and I had a couple of prints out of it, and then it stopped working. So I think it's the motherboard itself that it's not good. So I have to change it out. But I told my cousin, take it and go printing with it. Go and try to tinker with it. Because he loves to tinker and stuff, and he works on drones and all that kind of thing. So.
Yep.
And I got so much spare parts laying around. I don't got the time for it.
SKR Mini E3 on that baby, and then there you go.
I've got the board. I've got the touchscreen. Already did the direct drive on it. So my cousin's gonna finish it.
You should throw a Pi 0W on it and throw some clipper in it.
Yeah, I've got a Pi 3B Plus laying around, so I'm gonna give it to him.
Have you tried Input Shaper yet? I haven't played with it.
No, I didn't do anything else with it anymore. I was done. I didn't have the time.
Have you tried Input Shaper yet? I haven't played with it.
So the other Creality is running like a champ. I got that thing for a year and a half now, and it's running so good.
Which one is it?
I know
the 3B, no, the 3 Pro.
Why can't I hear you?
Lucas is talking. Hold on.
Yeah, hold on. Say that again, Lucas. Sorry, your mic was low for some reason.
I'm trying to use my computer
Lucas is talking. Hold on.
But the Ender 7 is just really fast. It's like crazy. I'm trying to use my computer
talking. Hold on.
But the Ender 7 is just really fast. It's like,
there we go.
Yeah. Yeah, so the other end of
you can just hold up, one finger and I'll unmute you for a second.
Yeah, the Ender 7's a Core XY, right?
I think so. Core X. I want to say so.
If I print something like this, should I print it on the build plate itself?
Yeah.
For resin?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can.
Okay. Yeah, it's just a pain to get off the build plate.
Pretty much print anything that is a flat surface. You can go ahead and try and print it on the build plate. I'm not saying it's always going to work, but 9 times out of 10, it will. Surface, you can go ahead and
$700 too. Like it's really cheap.
It will. $700. That's not bad for an Ender 7.
It's just that size is what sucks. The bed size.
Cheap. I should say less expensive.
It's just that size is what sucks. The bed size.
Cheap. I should say.
Yeah, it's Core XY. Hey, look, water washable resin that actually works so far.
So, are you going to coat it? Like, you can spray it with anything?
I possibly might. I do have stuff.
KOLs. Like I need people who will test the
So, are you going to coat it? Like, you can spray it with anything?
I possibly might. I do have stuff.
KOLs. Like I need people who will test the.
You can go.
So, are you going to coat it? Like, you can spray it with anything?
I possibly might. I do have stuff.
KOLs. Like I need people who will. Like if you guys want to take the machine and test it, I will send you one.
I do have KOLs. What I've seen that, Matt. Where's that from?
Honey Badger James.
Oh, that's right. Okay.
I made this lamp for James. I made this.
Yeah, I was trying to get on his. He was doing a live stream today, and he asked me to pop in, but I
yeah,
didn't catch him in time. So
it didn't went the way he wanted to either.
I kind of figured because it was only like 40 minutes long, and I was like, well, something must have happened.
I mean, this is just beautiful. Also printed like this on the resin printer.
Nice.
Straight down vertically. But I did use support on the top, so the air can escape. So I don't have the cave-in process, you know. So the air could escape from the top. And then the liquid just goes anyway out because it's that shape. So
that's the best way to do it, sir.
I'm not happy with the bottom yet. It looks a little bit rough, but really smooth it is.
Yeah.
So.
Just a little bit of sandpaper that'll clean up nicely.
Yeah, take a look, Matt. This is that printer that I was talking about. This is
I don't use sandpaper, I use Dremel.
What is that doing on my live stream?
So, an issue what I'm having, because I'm still learning, of course. I did a direct drive system, but this bottom part is not the right one, because if it goes this way, it hits the side plate. And later on, I figured out that the one for the enders got one wheel on the bottom instead of two. So I don't know where this direct drive is from. And it was on the website, it was for an Ender 3.
Really?
Can you just adjust it or move the ZN stop?
No, so basically what I need to do is cut out a little piece under the bottom here. So otherwise it will not hit the switch.
So move the switch.
Yeah,
they have parts that you can print and you attach the switch to. I mean, it shortens it, but...
My thing is I can easily cut a little piece out because it's not doing anything here anyway, and it's pretty thick metal. It's no issue.
Well, you can print that part. No reason to cut it.
Yeah, I can take a look about it. But this one is going to my cousin. I switched this one out for a tensioner, and it was printing fine.
Tell him to go linear rail instead, and then you wouldn't have to deal with that.
Yeah, and change out all the rollers because all the rollers were cracked out of the box when the guy sent it to me.
Jesus.
So basically, I think it was in storage for a long time.
I don't even know how you cracked the wheels.
No, it was like that when I got it. So I was
the wheels were pretty bad when he got it. Like the first or second day that he showed me a print, and it was shifting like at a specific spot, and I'm like, hold on, do one thing for me. I'm like, raise it up manually and see if it stops on you in any way, shape, or form. Yeah. Sure enough, it did. So
I had to reset the Z-rod, change out all the wheels, and also from the bed, by the way, Matt.
Oh, geez, even the bed?
Those were also cracked.
Well, I definitely had the bed issue one before, for sure.
Yeah. So and now I've got the issue that it doesn't give a signal anymore. So what I did,
either way, or Matt, you're gonna. Either way, or Matt, you're gonna.
Hold on.
You're gonna get one of those machines, so I want you to test it and just give me feedback. That's it. Either way, or Matt, you're gonna.
I'll see you guys later. Thanks.
You're gonna get one of those machines, so I want you to test it and just give me feedback. Yeah, just give me the feedback. That's all I do.
I'll see you guys later.
Thanks. So I want you to test it and just give me feedback. Yeah, just give me the feedback. That's all I do.
Man, the reverberation is crazy on that.
I don't know why it's giving him so much feedback on his Apple.
And still, don't get me wrong, I still like the design, and the other Ender that I've got is printing for the past year and a half like a champ.
Yeah.
It's all pretty much the same. I mean, you got some cheaper parts or some different parts, but all Cartesians are pretty much the same. It's just a matter of the different parts, really.
Yeah. So and I checked it out. I think the board is broken because I got a lot of spare wires laying around. and I was using it and checking out the signal and everything, and it doesn't give a correct signal to the drive anyway. So I told my cousin, if you want to tinker around, you can take this one because I don't got the time for it, and I want to get a bigger printer because I want to print some bigger stuff.
Are you on the CR10 V2?
I don't. I'm only they're like the size of the CR10. Yeah. I need one
Yeah,
of those.
they're Cadillac compared to the Ender 3.
Yeah.
They had the CR10 Smart at the show yesterday over in Lucas's booth. He was showing it all off.
Because the other Ender I've got, I like it. The thing is, but the only thing I changed on the Ender Pro.
See, I was going with 22 Ender 3s when Corona hit, and I was printing masks, and we're doing like $6,000 a week or whatever, just printing masks and selling them because they're just custom masks. Mm-hmm. And until I got that GTS 3D filament where there was like sand in it and all kinds of shit, so I'll never use that stuff again. But I mean, I had so many. I think I had 40 of them, and I would just build one when the GTS 3 hit it. Throw that printer to the side, build another one, throw that on the farm, and just keep printing. But I mean, it's too much, dude. Like, you can only run like 6 printers off a regular 20 amp breaker in the room. So I had like all kinds of extension cords. It just wasn't working for me.
Yeah, we're running 16 amps on 230 volts.
How many printers you got in your room?
I've only got 2 running at the moment. But I also got a lot of stuff here. I got some electronics over there. Got 4 monitors here. So
yeah, computer doesn't take that much though.
Yeah, and I'm living in an old house from the 1950s and 60s. So the problem is I only got 3 groups in my whole house. So if my son is watching television in the living room and I've got everything running here, so you have to watch out that your fuse box doesn't blow.
So I just got this one. I have a couple more, but I'm throwing this on the on that Ender 3 V2 build. It's the what is it again? The Dragonfly.
Yeah.
The BMS. So I mean, it's the bimetal with copper. I'm gonna throw that on there. I just got that today.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said, I love to try out one of those bigger ones, like a CR10 model. But yeah, first my driver's license, and then I'm going on vacation next year if everything goes well. I'm coming to the USA.
Do it. Where are you going?
I don't know. I'm gonna travel around, but I have to wait about a year before I can rent a car. So gonna travel all over the place.
Yeah, if you come out, we should have something for Matt's way. He needs to start a makerspace over there so we could all go up and visit.
Yep.
Yeah.
Or, I mean, you guys could go to the one over here. Arch Reactor's huge, man. We got all kinds of 3D printing people over here that have print farms and shit.
You know, I want to say that I was with a couple people yesterday that are part of that. One of them, his name was Grant Mitchell, I think it was, or Michael. And he's from Shining 3D. He does the scanner stuff. Like,
okay.
I was with a lot of people that were like way above most of our like heads because they're, you know, they work for Markforged or MakerBot or you know, printers that are just starting at 10 grand basically. Like these are ridiculous people. But there was a couple guys from Missouri, and I guess they were talking about how they have a maker space down there and what they do. But yeah, they were talking about one, and I'm not sure if it was that or what other one they were talking about.
Yeah, we got a couple.
Let's see here. What's up, Jason? Jason M. I'm not sure who that is. Jason.
Yeah.
All right.
Oh, by the way, we're talking about the board. Touchscreen. Oh, there it is. And still got a board laying around. Brand new.
Was that a Big Tree Tech?
Yep.
SKR 1.2.
Take a look. V1.3.
Oh, okay.
And the screen is got it for free, by the way.
Yeah.
The V1.2, also
Okay.
TFT35. Yeah. So I'm gonna give that to my cousin. He loves to tinker around with it, and I don't got the time. You know, normally I will sit on the desk and I will take it apart, but I don't got the time for it, and got a lot of stuff to do.
Yeah, I'm flashing gyres firmware on the Ender 3 V2, and I might just go Clipper with it. I'm not sure yet.
Yeah, I see a lot of people kind of go to the Clipper route. I have yet to mess with any of that stuff.
You can do it with the Pi Zero W. I mean, that's a $10 thing, you know.
Which I have like a handful of them in this drawer right here.
I don't know if the camera will keep us doing. So if I, you see that one? That's my Raspberry Pi server rack.
Oh yeah. Yep.
3D printed it, so I can take. Hold on.
That's pretty cool.
So I wall mounted it, and there's fans in the back.
Ooh, yeah.
And I can put 9 pies in it if I want.
Damn.
I got a Pi 4 running in the top. Pi 3 is in the bottom. I don't use it yet, so I'm thinking about giving it to my cousin. So if he wants to tinker around with it, he can use the Pi also with it.
There you go. All right. That's set up. That's set up.
Still early in the morning here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to take off. I gotta get up for work in a little bit, so.
Oh yeah. I didn't realize that it was a weekday because I took the entire week off. So I said screw it.
Must be nice. I take a week off and I won't be able to get caught up for a month.
Oh yeah, no, I'm good.
All right, man. You guys have a good night.
See you, man.
Alrighty, bud.
Yeah, so got a lot of stuff to do, and I'm trying to start to design that launch control box for the model rocket.
Gotcha.
But I'm gonna do that with my son on Tinkercad.
Cool.
Because he's got the patience of a fly.
Yeah.
About 10 minutes in, he's like, I'm gone.
Yep. I understand that completely. I know that all too well, unfortunately.
Yeah, he wants to build everything, but if I want to try to explain it, I don't know everything, of course. I'm how long am I printing now? About 2 years now, I think.
Yeah, I'd say that. That's about right.
So I'm learning myself. What kind of filament is good. It's also the one thing what I found out with my Ender is like if I'm printing and always on the filament it says 190 to about 210, some are 215. And this one, the top temperature is 220 even. I always set mine on 217. It's a little bit high, but it works.
I used to print at 220, 225 all the time.
Yeah.
And everything printed on that because I would swap out for regular filament to silk filament all the time. So yeah, I would need that to print on silk filament.
I found out with the glass bed that I got, the mirror that I put on the other one.
Yep.
It's still on there. And what happens with that kind of filaments or like a matte filament, you have to do a lot of supports around it because otherwise it will get off the bed.
Right. You are not all knowing in the printing. That's what Matt says.
No. Still learning every day, man. Don't get me wrong. I still make a lot of mistakes. But that's how you learn.
Come on. He hasn't learned. He's still got his Creality machines. Come on now. That's too good.
If you look price-wise, you have to be realistic. A lot of people don't got 700 or 800 euros laying around to buy like a Prusa or something else.
Yeah.
It's the same with me. I start with nothing, and I still got nothing. So yeah, you have to start somewhere. So people are looking, and the first thing that you look at, that it's an okay printer to start with, it's an Ender.
Exactly.
Usually what happens, and then you find out you're gonna get mad. Yeah, but like I was telling, I had some bad issues from the other one with the Pro version from the beginning. So you told me put a glass plate or something else on it. So put a mirror on it, and still printing like a champ. And also I changed the bed springs, of course. What are you mounting? Spool holder. Yeah, exactly. That's one thing I wanted to say. That's, if you buy a very expensive printer straight out of the box, like an Ultimaker or something else, you will not learn as much with tinkering when a machine breaks down than you get with an Ender. And also the price-wise, of course. If something breaks with an Ultimaker, it costs a lot more than buy spare parts with an Ender. So yeah, the other thing, I learned a lot with tinkering around and learn everything for 3D printing. Cost-wise, yeah, if you break something, it's easier to replace. And Matt is breaking stuff.
Yeah, I am. You want to buy the 8K, huh? Oh, yeah. Everybody wants to buy it until they get it, and then they're like, "Yeah, this is the lot."
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I've got my Volkslab. I love it. Love the resin printing, but for me at the moment, it's too expensive for the resin.
Yep.
But I really like resin printing. Matt, if I ever gonna print with clear resin, do I have to change the settings? Because now it's still all on factory settings.
Yes, you will have to change the settings with every different type of resin that you use.
Okay. Yeah, I'm still all new to that, so. So next time I'm gonna print one of those arches, but then in clear resin if I get the time for it. So still have to learn everything about it.
Always print one of these calibrations.
Yeah.
Every single time you switch to a different resin, different brand.
Yeah. Yeah, I still have to order some spare fat films.
Sorry, say that again.
I have to buy one of those spare plastic films for the vat.
Oh yeah, the vet film. Yep.
Yeah, still have to buy a couple of them.
Yep.
I have an Ender 3 Pro, a CR6 SE, a G-Tech. Wow. No, if you got a good printer. But like I was telling Matt about a couple of months ago, I bought this one for very cheap because a guy bought it. I couldn't send it back, and he had issues straight out of the box. So basically, I bought a printer that had problems from the beginning. And I just bought it because I wanted to tinker and learn more about everything that's in the inside, because I don't know how to program, I don't know how to code, I don't know how the software works. So if you screw it up, it's not bad because I got another printer still running.
You have an Ender 3, CR6 SE, G-Tech 820M, and a Mingda D2. Oh. So yeah, Mingda didn't like my review of the D3, so needless to say, I will probably not have another Mingda printer in my hands. But with that being said, you talk about you having a CR6 SE. Well, Mingda is bringing out their CR6 SE, I forget what it's called, but it's going to be a Kickstarter, of course, because, you know, everybody and their brother is just going to Kickstarter, which is also the exact same printer as the Anycubic Viper, which is probably why I actually like the CR6 SE, because it's not made by Creality. It's sourced out to, I have no idea who, but they basically make a handful of printers out there. I even want to say that the Focus Odin 5 is manufactured at the same company that makes the Viper, the CR6 SE, and the whole slew of these new ones coming out, because Mingda's not the only one coming out with a new printer like that. There's another 2 or 3 companies, which I forgot their names, what they're coming out with. But yeah, basically, that's one of the reasons why that printer actually works and is good, as far as I know. I gave mine away to my admin of my group because he wanted it. So, and I had a hard time giving it up. But then I found out that I was getting this thing, and I was like, you know what? It's pretty much the same printer, just it's got a better hot end on it, and it's got a flexible textured PEI sheet, which I absolutely love. Those 2 things were great. Yeah, the Magician. Yep, that's literally the Anycubic Viper, the CR6 SE. That's the same exact printer. It's just branded with Mingda's stuff and their touch. But the build of the actual printer is exactly from the same manufacturer that makes all those nowadays. And the easy way you can tell is the upright extrusions are solid. Nobody else does that. There's one manufacturer that does that. So you can easily tell which ones are the same style printers. And there's obviously some other things like the dual lead screws and stuff, and just kind of how they're all set up. They all have auto bed leveling systems. They all have filament runout sensors. They all have very similar options to them. It's not the fact that, you know, the shift in focus is going to, you know, those as standard features. No, it's just one manufacturer making it, and they're just like, all right, yeah, cool, we'll add those on. So the D2 is not great. You probably mean the Mingda Magician X. Yes, I do. Yeah, the D3 was terrible. They gave me a software update, and it was just not any better. It dug the probe right into the bed, or the nozzle, because, you know, the BL Touch or 3D Touch that they use is just absolute garbage. The G-Tech 820M is definitely a different monster. I don't really suggest multi-filament printers to anybody unless they know what they're doing, because it is a different beast entirely, no matter what printer you have. And I will also never, ever suggest a IDEX printer to anybody, because that's just a whole world of hurt if something goes wrong with those. And yeah, the only time that they actually semi-work is if you spend thousands of dollars on a nice IDEX printer. But all the ones that are like sub $400, I have not seen one that doesn't have a slew of problems. So, Navir Kumar, okay.
I cannot find it anymore. I was seeing a machine that you can put behind a 3D printer, and you can put all kind of filaments in there. And you
that is called a Mosaic Palette Pro. They're about $600. They're really cool machines, but again, if something goes wrong, it's a disaster with them. But they're probably one of the best options alongside of the Prusa MMU system that are good. But again, you're paying a lot of money. Like, most people aren't going to pay, you know, $600 for a filament, a multi-filament system, when they can buy a printer that, you know, they can buy 2 printers at that price, or 3 even.
Yeah, but I've seen people gluing their own colors together.
Oh god, they're bringing out 4 IDEX, so that's basically like a tool head changing system, and that's just even more of a headache. There's only one tool head system on the market that I know of that's even works. And it is insane and insanely over-engineered too. And I forgot the name of it, but basically it has all the heads at the back, and it basically like swaps. It's a Core XY system, and it is insane to watch that thing go because it's like a Voron on steroids. So when it changes.
Yeah, I've seen some reviews on it, and the thing I like is that you can change your own colors and make your own spool filament with the colors you want.
Yep. Yeah.
That's really
so basically it melds the ends together at the end. So, for people that have small spools of filament left over, they can just make one whole thing of filament if you don't care about, having multicolor. But on that side note, on this printer, it has a filament runout sensor. So if it runs out, I can just go ahead and reload it, and then all I have is, however long the Bowden tube is. So, yeah, see? Like all that stuff, I just run it through there and just let it run.
Yeah, there's one thing that I'm still thinking about is like, this is a matte filament, and this is a normal filament. And also, if you do make your own spool, you have to use the same brand filament, and also otherwise you're going to have issues when you are going to start printing.
Yeah, and that's one of the big issues where like everybody talks about recycling stuff like that. Well, the issue is every single manufacturer has their own process on how to add, this X amount of resin pellets to this color. Exactly. This PLA might be a little bit different than the PLA Plus or something. So that's why like everybody's all up in arms about it. Like, why can't you just do recycling? Well, that's the issue, is because there's so many different things out on the market that you can't just go ahead and recycle everything because you never know what you're getting. So that's
exactly. If you got the same brand and the same kind of PLA, then there's no problem. What I'm using with this box, I still have to buy one of those 3D pens so my son can tinker around, because I got a lot of filament left.
Yep, those are really cool to have. It's always nice to have a 3D pen laying around, because hey, you never know when you're going to need one. So always nice to have it.
Yeah. So that's why I kept them.
Those things will process ABS too. So that's what's really cool. They get pretty toasty, but they have ceramic tips on them, so they last a long time, and they're not hot to the touch.
Exactly. So that's why I'm storing that filament. I had a couple of problems with this filament in the beginning. I think too much moisture.
Gotcha.
Because I'm living near the coast, so I'm still thinking about buying those boxes where you can store your filament in.
Yeah.
From what's it called? Sunlu?
A filament dryer? Yeah.
Yeah. Something like that.
Yeah, I got rid of my Sunlu one. I have the Sovol that holds 2 rolls.
Okay.
But Sunlu is making a new version, which I will be getting. I think now they pushed it back to like mid-October, they said. Mm-hmm. So I'll be getting that to test it out. But that one looks really, really cool. It's like very, very tech looking. It's got the LCD on the side of the spool now instead of like on the front.
Yeah.
So it looks really, really cool. So I can't wait to see what improvements they've done with it. But
that's one issue that I'm having. I'm thinking, because if you can see in the back, there's the door of my shower. And underneath there's an opening in the door, so there's moisture coming from there. I've got a vacuum system, of course, in there, but it doesn't run very good in those old houses.
Right.
So, and I'm living about 60 minutes drive from the coast. So and there's a lot of rain in the Netherlands. So, I'm thinking that I've got a little bit of issues with moisture, especially when you leave the rolls open. So I have to take a look at that in the near future. I'm glad my other printing stuff is done. There was a lot of printing. Especially if you got one printer running.
Absolutely.
With the gluing and the printing, it took me 250 hours.
Jeez.
Yeah, it takes almost about 10 hours to print one of those parts. But it's sturdy. You can stand on it; it will not break.
I hear the U.S. will be closed next year. Okay. Missing comments here.
Yeah, I don't see that.
Yeah, there's comments on my personal page that are not coming in for some reason. I don't know why.
Okay. Are you printing on your live streaming on Facebook and YouTube?
Yep.
Okay.
So we're on my YouTube, we're on the group, and we're on my personal page.
Okay.
They're bringing IDEX out that have 4 hot ends. Yeah, we already read that. There we go. Okay, so what should I do next? Let's do some print removal.
Oh, by the way, we have to talk about it off screen next time that you're gonna print one of those face masks for me from the mask.
Yes. Oh, thanks for reminding me. I gotta send that one out.
I really like it. I cannot print that in parts on my small small resin printer.
Cannot print those. Let's say that came out pretty good.
What is that? Like characters? Figurines?
Pokemon.
Oh, okay. Yeah, maybe you wanna print one of those chessboards from Harry Potter.
There you go.
But I want to do it in all resin. They really got to bring out one automatic filler for resin printing, man.
Yep.
Like you can screw in a bottle or something and put it upside down in the machine and it will drip.
I'm planning on working on something like that, but I don't know if I'll get to it this week or not. So
it happened to me twice already with a bigger printer. I wanted to print it, a skull with a cap on the bottom for geocaching.
Yep.
Yeah, and wasn't looking, and twice the vat was empty. But that's how you learn.
Exactly. Oh, I need a flex plate. It's too hard to get the prints off. Not if you have a good scraper.
Yep. It's also with what I've got with my Ender. I've got a glass plate on it. And I see a lot of times I see in 3D printing groups that people break the glass.
Yep.
They don't get the patience to let cool the printer down. And if you do that, you can just pop it off like easy.
All right, let's do a quick setup here. Let's go and share the screen. We'll share this one. Okay. All right, let's go and hide that. Where am I going? Sheet2Box Pro. We'll set up a quick print to be done in a couple hours. Nope, I do not. Let's go and click over to Pellet Sky. We're not going to worry about that. Are you still here?
You got the different printers on the bottom in your Sheet2Box.
Yeah, so this is Sheet2Box Pro, so it's quite different than yours. As you can see, there's different setups here. I do have the regular Sheet2Box too, and this is even a beta version. So this is a version that's not even out for people to utilize. So.
Yeah, I was looking for the software because I love my thumb drive.
Oh, okay. Yeah, just go to she2box.com. You can download it pretty easily. Where are we? Pokemon chess set.
Is that for the?
I think I left at
Creality Hell Sky. Okay.
Seadra, Hydra. Did I get Rapidash? I did not see him up there. Oh no, he is. Wait, no, he's not. Or is he? I can't tell. Yeah, we got Rapidash, so we need Bulbasaur. We got Charmander. Okay, so we need to do Charmander to Psyduck. And we'll do one more. Now let's see if we can get away with this. I highly doubt I'm going to, but worth a shot. Nope.
Let's see, Squirtle.
So we have Squirtle, we have Charmander, we have Jigglypuff, we have Eevee, we have Pikachu, we have Psyduck, and we have
I
forgot his name.
You know more than Pokemon
Slowpoke.
than me.
There we go. There's the names right there. Slowpoke. So, all right. So basically, what we're going to do is we're going to line these guys up as best as we can, and we are going to tilt them all at about 35 degrees because that's what we did the last time. Actually, I can probably get away with this.
Yeah, that's the cool part of resin printing.
Yep.
Just slap a lot of them and start printing.
We're going to put you out. We're going to put you here because you'll be easier to print like that.
This is the faster part of resin printing, of course.
Yep. So basically, what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all these models, and we're going to rotate them. I think this is where I need to go. 45. Nope, sorry, wrong one. I always get that wrong. This one. There we go. Nope, not 45. That's too high. Or should we do 30?
Your front one is just over the side.
So if it's over, you'll see it on here. It'll show you in red.
Okay.
So these are actually okay, but when we put supports on them, they will be over. So what we're going to do is we're going to slide them back a little bit and get it to go the way that we want it to.
So why are you always printing like this?
I don't always, but the reason for this, I'll show you in a second. I mean, I kind of showed you already a little bit. You just didn't see. These guys, we might have to rotate. Yeah, we're going to have to rotate Charmander. Hold on.
Oh, yeah, it gets red. That's
See,
what you mean.
That means that it's over. So,
yep.
That's basically what we're going to do. We're probably going to do the same with Pikachu, too. Just kind of bring him in a little bit. I think we can get away with all this. So the reason why we're doing that is you see these dimples?
Yeah.
They're on all the models, okay? And that's because there's stuff that sits underneath these guys too. So we can print them flat, but what's going to happen is resin's going to trap inside here and it's going to warp the bottom.
Okay.
Now, supports will still warp them a little bit, but not as bad as liquid resin that's going to be trapped inside here. That's going to heavily warp these really, really bad. And then possibly it's going to cause an issue with the bottom in general where it's not going to be properly cured because there's resin trapped there. So
that's what maybe happened to my other print. I was printing the second time I was printing that skull. There were no holes in it. And what happened later on is when I cured it, a couple of days later, there was a hole in the bottom. Can the resin eat itself? So basically uncured resin on the inside, and then after a couple of days it comes out?
Yep.
That's what happened. Okay. So basically you have to make holes in it for the resin to get out.
You need to drain it in some way, shape, or form. So Jigglypuff, like we could probably get away with him printing not in this orientation, but again, the issue that we're dealing with right now are these hexagonal squares that are underneath it. So otherwise, I would just print them flat on the plate. Like if they had a flat base, I would just go from there. But since we have that, we're just going to go and we're going to select all of our models. We're going to head over to supports.
So how much infill do you use for those characters?
These are 100%.
Okay.
So unlike FDM, there's not really an infill percentage. It's either you're hollow or you're solid because you don't want to do any infill. Which I need to do some more testing on because it's been probably 2 years since I've done any infill style ones. But the issue that I used to have with infill is that I would print these and the infill would be in here. But the problem is like the infill pattern would change.
Yeah.
So if you had drain holes on it even to drain out those chambers, it wouldn't work all the way. So
okay.
I think they fixed that, but that was the issue back in the day. So, but that was like I said, that was a long time ago when Shizu Box was still in very early stages. So, Pikachu, we might have to bring in.
Like I was telling, I only printed 1 liter of resin yet, so still learning.
Oops. Pull him back a little bit more.
This is the part I love from resin printing. If you do this, you can print a lot of things together and it goes much quicker. And the details is much nicer than on like an FDM.
Yeah, and that's one of the great things. Like all I did was just remove the supports from these guys that I printed already, and they're ready to go once they got cured. So they're good. So now we have our supports. We have our custom one that I did from Frozen. We have our heavy supports. We have our medium supports, and we have our light supports. Now I'm going to use Frozen because it's kind of like middle to light, and these are going to be really, really small guys. So the setup will be perfectly fine. Now we're going to kind of cheat a little bit, and we're going to just use either one of these will work. We'll just do platform for this case.
And that PC of yours
it'll automatically put all the supports on it, but we probably will still end up having to add a couple here and there. I guarantee it, just to be on the safe side.
Your printer is a real beast. Your PC, if I do that, it takes about half an hour.
Yeah, exactly. My computer is ridiculous. So as you can see, like Pikachu's arms, like these might print, but we're gonna, err on the side of caution. And we're going to add some extra supports in there just to be safe. So we're going to go here and there and do the same for this side. Here.
Okay. You can do separate supports. I didn't know that.
There. Yeah, so on Pro, you could actually do different supports. So it's really crazy. Like I can do tree supports. I can do branch, which is real crazy. Like I think that's the one that I picked. There's one of these that I was messing with. Maybe it was tree supports. I don't know. One of them where it basically like puts an entire like whole structures on the entire thing, kind of like auto supports, but you choose where the auto supports go. So as we can see, it kind of did a little bit for Psyduck, but we're going to do a little bit more just to be on the safe side. And then we can also connect these to make them even stronger. So as you can see, it like automatically chooses which side we're going to go to, and we can just connect them a little bit better. So, but we definitely need to support that a little bit more, just because that's going to be a pretty big bill to do. So it might be a little bit overkill, but we'll put a couple on Charmander there.
That was one thing I was thinking about. Is that a resin that's lightweight? So for like the model rocketry that I want to do?
Yeah. Oops, that's not what I want. Z. So on here, the issue that I always see is fingers. Fingers that aren't supported don't usually print very well. So I always make sure that I try and support them as best as I can. We're going to do that too. Support that. We can support that. We can support that. We could also click this off just to get a little bit better view. There we go.
And that's thing you had to learn from the beginning, the supports.
Yep. That actually supported his ears pretty good. I'm surprised about that. What else? Oh, Charmander's tail. That's definitely a no-no. That's not going to be very good.
So, what are those red parts on the bottom now?
So these are just the orientation. That's it. So all this stuff is like islands that you should support on. So like it's telling you, okay, these are a little bit bad areas. You might want to put some supports in that. So the auto supports usually does a pretty good job about that, but we can also add some extra ones there and whatever else. If you're worried about that, you can add some here. That's why, even though, auto supports are good, they do have their limitations, because you might not want to have that many supports on it. Like all this stuff on the bottom is not really necessarily needed. You can probably get away with maybe a quarter of these supports on here, but it's resin that I don't really care about. I'm here to test it, so it's not really something that I'm too worried about. And I'll be honest, I usually price any print anyways to allow me to have enough to do whatever I want with the print anyway. So
yeah, but cost wise, if you do like more supports, I think in the long run you use less resin because you have less filled print.
Yes. So Slowpoke has got his tail here. So what we're going to do is we're going to branch off, and then we're going to branch off again. We're going to branch off again if we can. Come on, let me get in there. I don't only let me go so far. Pikachu Z, we got to take a look at that. Just double check. Okay, that's good. I'm gonna support this a little bit.
Are these the same characters that you printed before?
Nope. We're basically going to try and print the entire set.
Oh, okay. Wow.
Yeah.
That's a lot.
That's not too many. I mean, you guys kind of saw a glimpse of the folder of what's in there. So
how much Pokemon are there? 300?
Oh, well, I'm not printing like all the new stuff or anything. This is just whatever was in the files. So it's whatever this person created for this specific chess set. So yeah, basically we're just going to support anything that we can find. Like these, we can even add an extra one here or there, just because the ears are a little bit, wider. This you can try and support if you really wanted to, but it should be all right. It should print just fine. Tips are a big thing for me. I always make sure that I have the tips supported as best as I possibly can. Okay. And I think that'll be good enough. I don't think we need anything else spectacular on this. Basically supported everything that we need.
Man, another one that's sick.
Another what?
No, my brother is sick. His girlfriend is 7.5 months pregnant, was in the hospital because she was sick. Now my mom just text messaged me, she's also sick.
Oh, geez.
Yeah, the flu is going around.
Oh, yeah.
It's flu season. And we had a birthday party last Sunday, so everybody was together.
Awesome.
Yep. About 30 people, I think.
All right. I think we're good on this. Yeah. Okay. So now we're going to do something a little different with this because we're going to throw this on the Hallett Sky. So first off, we need to get rid of this because that's going to be over and it's going to have an issue. We're going to have
can you cut that little piece off? Or do you have to remove the support completely if you leave it on that spot?
It just won't print.
Okay.
But the problem is if I drop this in, because basically what I got to do is I got to save this as a STL, and I have to export it, or I'm sorry, I have to export it from here, and then I have to import it from whatchamacallit, the Creality Hallett box. So, oops, that's not what I wanted. That's what I wanted. So here's all the files that we are printing. We're basically right at about here. So we have to print all this other stuff down. So from here to there, basically we have to print stuff. So we're going to cancel that because. Okay, so we're just going to name this chess 3. Make it easy. So we're saving all these as an STL. So now they're going to be all grouped automatically on this setup. So now we don't need this anymore. We're done with She2 box. Now we have to open up Creality box. And then we'll open it and go and find it. We'll open up chest 3, and it should automatically load. Okay, we're all within the parameters. We're good. Good. Okay, so now everything will actually print because this is the actual true area. So we're just going to go ahead and print it. We're going to slice it, and we're going to save it to the SD card. And there it is, building the models. Even though they look hollow, they're not.
Hey, one spot.
Yeah, no, it's just an error with the slicer. I don't know why it does that. It's pretty much any model I throw in there. So we're just going to go on to the USB drive, and we're going to save it as is. So it says 2 hours and 19 minutes, about 0.5 milliliters of resin. I doubt that's all true, but we'll test it out and see. So now we're done with that. We can exit, and that's basically it for now.
So yeah, basically I'm the only one that's still not sick yet.
That's good. Keep it that way.
I've got the same symptoms before they got sick, so We've been together last Sunday, everybody. So
should probably add some more resin in that.
yeah, that's also one thing. I'm looking at cure times for your resin. I cannot find anything on YouTube about curing times with resins. How long do you need to cure your resin if you put it on one of those curing stations?
Oh, like on a wash and cure?
Yeah.
That's really going to depend on you. I use the 6 and 6 method. So I take them out, I remove the supports, or I'll put them in a pre-wash, and then I'll remove the supports, then put them in the actual wash, and then for 6 minutes, and then I'll let them dry as much as I can. So like wait like 10 minutes because I use denatured alcohol that dries up pretty quickly.
Mm-hmm.
Give it about 10 minutes, then throw it in there on a cure cycle for 6 minutes, and it should be good. And then that's it.
Okay.
Come out pretty good.
So 6 minutes.
It's not over cured. It's not under cured. It's pretty good. So,
Ja, ziek aan het worden.
Nee? Ja.
Oké. Oma die ligt ook doodziek in bed.
Nee,
Have a good night, Matt.
Ja? Oké. Zeggen die lekker voor hem moet even school laten weten, hè? Want oma is ziek. Hans is ziek. Eva is ziek. Storm is ziek. Hè? Nee, nog niet. Ik nog niet. Dus. Ja, my son is going to school.
Oh boy.
Echt niet goed, dan zou ik even vertellen.
Ja? Even.
Ja.
Anders
Daarom
goed
ging ik ook een beetje...
Oké. Heb je al gegeten?
Ja, heb ik al gedaan.
Oké, doe de deur even dicht. Yeah, he's going to school. It's almost 8 o'clock in the morning, yeah. I'm going offline in a bit because I gotta do a lot of stuff today. Gotta feed my pet snakes and still do some cleaning. Friday they're gonna finally bring my bed.
There you go.
Yeah, I'm breaking my back. I've been sleeping on the couch for the past 2.5 weeks.
Ah, that sucks.
I ordered my bed and they told me, yeah, 2 weeks, 3 weeks at the most. And they forgot to order my bed. So
Awesome.
So I've been sleeping on the freaking couch for the past couple of weeks.
So there you go. Just easy support removal. Boom.
Okay. Yeah, that's the thing I like from resin printing. The supports are so easy to take off.
Yep. So there's one. That will also depend on your resin settings as well, or your support settings.
Yeah, he's got about until 1 o'clock in the afternoon.
Whew, that is some spiky stuff right there.
Oh wow!
Look at that.
If you see that from a distance, it almost looks like a Sonic the Hedgehog.
Yeah, like you want to make a dagger or something, man. You really hurt somebody.
I really like the design of that belt printer.
Oh, did I break his wing thing? Oh man.
Who was the one that built that Creality belt printer again?
The CR30.
Yeah.
Yep.
Something Wu, I think.
Naomi Wu's CR30. Yeah.
I really like the design of that one.
I might be getting one of those.
Wow. I got
the guy who was just in here from Creality. Yeah, he's gonna see about hooking me up one, but I said, hey, no harm, no foul if you can. It's not the end of the world.
I was talking to somebody that was printing a full size blade from the new Final Fantasy VII remake. And I told the guy, why don't you print the materia balls that are in the inside of the blade from clear resin
Yep.
and put them in there. He was like, "Oh, that's a good idea. I didn't. I wasn't thinking about it." And it was like printed from clear resin and put it in there like a material ball.
Right.
And he had a big sword. It was about, I think, 1.5 meters high or something. And also the Sword of Omen from what was it called? Thundercats?
Yep.
That will be cool stuff to do that. I think one of his belt printers is going to be a filament eater.
Yes. Yes, it will be.
Yeah, so I'm going to test out that filament today. Take a look because it was pretty cheap.
Is it a review filament?
Nope. I found it on Amazon. I was just searching for filament and I found it. And it cost me 17 euros for a kilo.
Nice.
PLA. So, and it's very good vacuum sealed.
Yeah.
Dry bag in it. I've never seen a vacuum seal like this.
That's good.
And the thing I really like is they put an extra bag in it.
That I've never seen before.
Yeah. Take a look. Yeah. Look how big it is.
Yep.
So basically the dry bag, you can put the dry bag in here and put the spool filament in here. Especially at my place.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna test it out later.
All right, I gotta take a look at this and see if I broke this. Pretty sure I gotta reprint this guy now.
4 weeks, then I'm going on vacation for a week.
Nice.
I'm going to one of those bungalow parks.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it's near the German border, so we're staying in the country anyway. But it's a nice place to go. We've been going there for the past 30 years.
Nice.
Hey, Kumamas, you got room for another person?
I mean, you can come in if you want. You're always welcome. We can have up to like 6 or 7 people here, I think.
You've got the paid version from
I always welcome new people here. Chat away.
Matt, are you using the paid version of StreamYard?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's why I don't get a logo in my screen.
Yep.
Oh, okay. I know why. Matt posted the link.
Oh yeah, give me a
Facebook.
Second. Let me get my hands cleaned up here a little bit, and I'll post the link.
Yeah.
Give me a quick sec.
There he goes.
There we go. So yeah, we got 2, 4, 5. We got 5 out of the 6. The 6th one, I broke the tail off the guy, so we'll just end up reprinting them. It happens. It's probably because we didn't support it enough. I didn't notice or something. I don't know.
Trial and error.
Yep. But all the other ones printed off pretty good. So
is that the glow in the dark filament or something?
Nope. This is just plain old white white resin. Where did I put that now? So we have our pre-wash here. Find my goggles. Where I put them.
That's weird. I've got YouTube open on my other screen, and I don't see a link coming popping up in YouTube.
No.
Nope.
All right. Let me.
I can see it. I can see it in StreamYard that you posted the link with the YouTube logo, but in YouTube itself, I don't see it.
Okay. Let me post it on here. All right. Now you see it.
Yeah, there's a couple of seconds delay. Hold on. Nothing so far.
Is it really not letting me post this?
Maybe you got the settings for not posting links.
Nah, it's possible. Yeah, it didn't post it. What the hell? Here, let me post it in a banner, and all you have to do is just type it in. How about that? We'll do that. Add banner. Show. There we go. That'll work. Problem solved. So just type that link in, and anybody can join. I'm pretty sure I made it big enough for everybody to read.
Oh yeah. I'm not wearing my glasses, and I can see. I can even read it.
Yeah, I gotta find my glasses. Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah, so basically I was looking for different kind of filaments to try out, and what I'm trying to do is basically trying out filament that's not too expensive for people that want to start resin printing, and the cost is not too high. That's what I'm basically trying to do for myself. And so far I found one filament that's pretty okay.
Don't know where. Oh, there's somebody there. Jason, what's up, bud?
What's up, guys?
Yeah, not much.
Late night watching other people print.
Yeah, I took the entire week off, so I was like, you know what, screw it. I got stuff to do, and I figured I'd chat with some people. And
there you go.
That's basically what I like doing. So,
Vincent, how are you?
Yeah, pretty okay.
Good.
Everybody's getting sick around me, so.
Oh. Yeah. Not good.
It's flu season.
Not today.
Well, if all you catch is the flu, that's not horrible.
Yeah, exactly. My brother, the whole family is sick, and my mom just text messaged me, and I've got the starting symptoms. So, but better now than in less than 4 weeks when I'm on vacation.
That's right. Get it over with.
I always happened to me with Christmas time. Always around Christmas time, I was getting sick every time.
Wow.
Yeah.
I hardly ever get sick.
I always have health issues. I always had problems from the beginning. I'm asthmatic. I was always working out. No issues there.
Sandra.
Then a couple of issues started, and now I'm getting older. Now I've getting issues with my legs, but also didn't take care of my body for the past 25 years. Basically, I was eating like everything I wanted.
Yeah. There's a time you can do it, and then there's a time we all need to stop. No, we don't. Oh yeah.
I can tell you this: last year I was 161 kilos.
Jesus.
And I lost about what was it in pounds again? 40 pounds, I think. Yeah, something like that. 21 kilos I lost. So I still got a long way to go.
Hmm.
But with my medication, it's difficult.
Oh yeah, yeah. I got sick, I don't know, a couple months ago, and the medicines they gave me, I was just I couldn't stop eating. I mean, literally, I was like waking up starving. I would eat like bags and the good thing was like I was eating like all I craved was fruit. So orange juice and oranges and grapes and bananas and anything fruit. And I would eat like 2 big bags of grapes like at one time. And then I'd feel like crap. And then I'd fall asleep. And then I'd wake up and I'd want
And you start eating again. Yeah.
and I was drinking like a gallon of orange juice a day. It was crazy. I mean,
But
just like, and then it just stopped.
Is it fresh orange juice or just basically like a can?
No,
Like
from
if you buy the milk in.
yeah, from a jug, because I don't think
Oh
I
man,
could.
you know
I
how
could.
much sugar is in there.
I know, but I don't think I could have
I did
squeezed
that
the
before,
oranges
but
fast enough.
I usually drank one glass in the morning from that stuff, but I never looked on the label. And
Hmm.
I am a stomach patient. I use medication for my stomach.
Mm.
And I thought by myself, why am I feeling so crap? And I'm using fruits, everything fresh, but there was so much sugar in one of those cans of 2 liters,
Hmm.
like you wouldn't believe.
Yeah.
And with my ADHD, if I take too much sugar, it works different. It's like you sleep. So what I basically happens is like you get the sugar run, and you
Hmm.
sleep. Instead of
Wow.
if a normal person use that, he's like, I'm going all over the place. Like and with me, it's like if I drink a cup of coffee, I will sleep.
Wow.
Yeah. So that's what happened to me. So I was sleeping, waking up, sleeping again, waking up. Also, if I take like food with too much sugars, I feel asleep. I fall asleep in the afternoon. I wake
Sugar
up.
crash.
Yeah, like a sugar
Yeah.
crash. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah, that happens to me because I don't normally eat or drink a lot of sugars, and
Yeah.
sometimes I go to work and somebody will bring in fresh donuts or something, and I'll have one or
Yeah.
two, and then
Yeah. Exactly.
within like 20 minutes of eating it, and I'm not used to it, I'm like,
Yeah. 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 It draws off.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
yeah,
So yeah, that's what I'm trying to do. Figure out my food intake and everything, and it's difficult, especially with the medication, and also because I always am up late at night.
hmm,
I've been tinkering for the past year at home, and I don't work anymore.
hmm,
So basically, I've been self-teaching me all kind of stuff. And you get late nights, and around 10 o'clock at night or 1 o'clock in the morning, it starts.
hmm, yeah, and no
So
real
and then
routine doesn't help either.
yeah,
Yeah, yeah,
yeah, I wake up then, or it's like, oh, it's 1 o'clock in the morning. And then I'm like, oh, I've got hungry. And then I look in the kitchen, and it's not going to be one small thing or one sandwich or one cracker or something else. It's like you eat the whole thing.
hmm,
Yeah.
yep. I know that. I know that. It's bad. I switch where the schedule I have at work. So this year, every 3 months, 3, 6, 9, 12. Yeah, so we did it quarterly. So every 3 months, we switch from day shift into a night shift or an evening
Yeah.
shift.
Yeah.
So we'll work from either 6 a.m. to 4 p.m. or we'll work from noon to 10 p.m. So not overnight. Every now and then we have some overnight work that we have to do just because that's the time we have to do it.
Yeah.
Either we can't take the equipment out of service, or we can't, just get the time, but or it's safer to do it at night. But I mean, I've been doing that between, the military, got out of the military, and then doing this, and I'm just so used to like sometimes your shifts will overlap as you rotate through. So you'll work 4 days of day shift, and then the next day you work nights for 4 days. And so you're working 8 days straight, half and half, and that one in the middle is rough. And by the time you hit day 8, you're just like, as long as someone else is there, you're just like, I'm going home early here. I'm just going to use some vacation time. Or
You're basically completely done.
Yeah.
That's what happened to me when I was younger and I was working on the carnival. I was going with a carnival to everywhere to Europe. And basically what happens with us was you start at 12 o'clock in the afternoon until 12 o'clock at night. Then you have to tear everything down, put it in the truck, go to the different place, set it up again, and run for another 12 hours. So basically you've been running for 36 hours straight.
Yep.
Luckily, it didn't happen a lot, but a couple of times when you got that, what we did then was jumped under the attraction and slept for a couple of hours. Otherwise, you will not make it.
Oh, you wouldn't make it. And you would just, you'd probably hurt yourself doing something.
Yeah. I did that for 8 years.
Yeah, it's rough. It's rough on you. Yeah, on your body.
After 25 years not doing that work, it's still in my body. The hours, the changing. I can easily sleep for 2 hours, and for me, it feels like I've slept for 12.
Mm-hmm.
But after 3 weeks, I'm done. It's like you're a week out. Lights out for a week.
Yeah. Been there.
And also, I wanted to go to the army, but they wouldn't let me.
Darn it.
Because my father was in the army for a bit more than 40 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's a long time.
I wanted to go in there, but they wouldn't let me because of my health issues.
Mm. Yeah.
I tried everything. But yeah, you cannot do anything about it then.
Don't break that one too, Matt.
Nope, I'm good.
Yeah, so what I'm doing at the moment, if you were watching, I'm just finished a couple of prints, and basically I'm going to start tinkering with Tinkercad for building a control lunchbox for model rockets.
Oh, nice.
So I ordered the electronic parts and everything.
Mm-hmm.
So after that, when I get it in, I can use the right measurement to build one in Tinkercad.
So you're starting from scratch, not looking for something that's already.
I've got a lunchbox here in the closet that's wireless, but I want to build one myself with my son. My son wants to tinker around, so what I first did was bought those model kits like the Revell brand, or what's the other one, Yakoima or something like that. Like the models you can glue together.
Yep.
And the parts in those boxes are too small, but he loves to tinker around. So I told him, why don't you start doing model rocketry? And also with the 3D printing that I'm doing, why don't we build our own lunch kit? And so I can learn him soldering, doing some 3D tinkering and stuff.
Nice.
Because I don't care if he goes live streaming on his gaming, but I'm trying to tone it down a little bit. Because if I let him, he's 24/7 YouTube and gaming.
Yeah. Yeah, and that way he learns something.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, teach him something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Use your brain a little bit rather than games all the time.
Yeah, because I noticed the past couple of months, especially basically when the lockdown happened and he didn't have to go to school and everything went to Microsoft Teams.
Mm-hmm.
I noticed he didn't want to go out and he was watching too much YouTube every day.
Yeah.
Yep.
And he's got basically the concentration of a fly.
Wow.
10 minutes and then he's like all over the place.
Yep, that's my son.
Yeah.
100%.
Wow.
And they already started like, oh, we want to use starting medication this and medication that. I said, nope, we're not going to do that.
No. Just need activities and
if
things
it will
to apply
not go,
yourself.
if I see health-wise, it will infect everything like his schoolwork and everything. Yeah, then I'm deciding to do that, but it's going okay.
Mm-hmm.
Carl. So Carl's on my other page, which you can't see his comments for some reason on StreamYard. But he was asking Jason, what do you think of the rating enclosures? I don't know what that is. I think rat rig enclosure. Sorry, not rating.
Oh. I don't really print with enclosures, but as far as theirs goes, I don't like hinged tops. I'd rather like the Deadlift, so I have one that lifts off. I don't use it, but I'll put the door on. But other than that, I would rather not have it there all the time. And it just kind of, because then you got to figure out how you're going to run your filament in. I change filaments a lot, and I don't have a need for it, but it looks really cool. And I like that it's got the strut arm, so if you're going to use that and you lift it up, it'll hold up. Yep. But if I had to use one, I would prefer a lift off rather than a hinged one. I don't know. I like to move things around quite often too. So having something in one spot isn't me. I think it'll work just fine though.
G'day, Matt, Vincent, and Jason. What's up, Mika?
Oh, hey, Mika, Steve.
It still looks weird when you're wearing those ski goggles.
Yeah, I'm good. I just don't need another trip to the ER.
Right.
I've seen the video.
I mean, don't get me wrong. The doctor basically said, like, you did a good job washing your eyes out. You did everything that you needed to. I thank you for coming in, but, the next time you don't need to deal with that. If you keep it in your eyes for long periods of time, which you really shouldn't, then okay, then you'll have to come back here. But he's like, as long as you wash your eyes out for a good, 15 minutes, which I didn't do it for 15 minutes. I did it for like 3 separate times. But yeah, he's like, you're good. Like the stuff that you use, denatured alcohol and the resin, he's like, it's not going to do any permanent damage again unless you leave it in there. Right. Which here I am thinking like, who in their right mind would leave that stuff in their eyes? Like,
right.
That's ridiculous. But I just do it more or less as a precaution out of anything. Like,
oh yeah,
I just don't want to deal with it again.
I'd rather look stupid wearing a whole bunch of crap than look stupid on a video pouring alcohol in my eyes.
Yeah.
That's
that's one issue I'm having with the constantly changing out the alcohol and curing stuff.
Yep.
So that's one thing. If I'm gonna start printing in resin more, I'm gonna buy another one of those. So I'm done with changing out those stuff. Just one for curing and one for the alcohol.
Yep.
Yeah. And you still have to change the alcohol eventually, but
yeah, of course, but not you don't have to swap the whole vat every time.
Yeah.
That's exactly why I
know.
use that pre-wash.
Yeah.
Main wash.
Yeah. Lasts a whole lot longer.
Yep. Because I mean that's 2 liters of alcohol. So that's like $35 or give or take here in Illinois. So
is that the which wash and cure is that?
This is the AnyCubic Plus wash and cure.
Okay. Yeah, it looked bigger than I have the 1.0 or whatever.
Yeah,
the first
I
one.
have the 1.0 underneath the desk here. It's slightly modified and everything.
Is that the same one?
That's
that
the
I
one
got,
that has the tilting the tilting top for the UV lights.
This one does. So if I take this off, you'll see it. So it's kind of nice to have that.
I was just going to ask you, do you notice any real difference from it? Yeah,
I don't notice the difference, but again, like I said, the original one that I had, pull it up here really quick. The original one that I had, I modified the top to have reflective tape on the inside.
Oh, okay.
So for me, it's just an added feature that I don't have to, make the top look ridiculous. But to some people, it might be a little bit helpful. I think it'll be helpful, for some prints that you can't get to that area.
Right.
But
I used to. I would just take mine. You know, I'd run it for I don't know 5 minutes, and then turn it on its side and run it for 5 minutes, and
That's
you know whatever.
basically what people used to do. So I mean, that's,
Yeah.
Again, it's nothing spectacular. It's just maybe a little bit easier of use. So. And I have the Creality wash station, the new one, the big one, and that thing is a pile of garbage. I actually did a side-by-side comparison of this one versus that because I was like, they were boasting about the speeds because that's the issue that this thing has is it's too good. So like when you're doing miniatures, like
it starts banging them around.
We'll literally like as if somebody's in a tornado. Like that's how bad it is.
Yeah.
So it will definitely damage your prints. So that's why I was like, oh, the Creality one is boasting about that it has 2 speed settings. So I was like, all right, that's cool. I can use the lighter speed for these and the bigger, the faster speed for bigger prints. And so I unboxed it. I threw some water in it. I topped it off as much as I could, threw it on, and I was like, this is not even doing anything better. Like my original wash and cure station has more power than that thing. Like that's how terrible it is. So I'm like, this is a disappointment. Like I waited like 2.5 months to get this, and I just haven't used it at all. I just tested it out, unboxed it, and that's it. It's a disaster.
Yeah. And, I don't mind mine. It spins pretty good. Like I use it more for smaller pieces, greebles to the droids and things like that are really small. Where it just even if they were large enough to print, they just look like crap. When you stick them on. So and they float. A lot of times they'll float. So you put them in there and they bang around and they scratch, and then it's like, then you got to fix it and cure it and sand it and everything else. So I really like that. I could set the build plate in it and just let it go, just leave it stuck on the build plate and rinse it off and just be done with it that way.
Yeah. I had that issue with the original one. And so I made this little like diffuser basket basically, because I also had issues where the wire mesh that's in there, I would have stuff fall through it and it would hit the impeller and knock it off.
Yep.
So I was like, I need something that's smaller to make sure stuff doesn't fall through. So I kind of did that, and it took it down as well, so it wasn't as violent. So I'm going to try and make one for this as well and print it off so that way I can have, not as violent reaction as that, but I don't know if it'll do the same thing because that thing's like 10 times more powerful than the smaller one. It's insane.
Yeah,
so.
Yeah. Don't get me wrong. I've got the AnyCubic wash and cure station. It washes very good, especially with the small prints going inside of the basket.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, NonFam, I'm looking at those Sovol wash and cure separate, and
that's
good.
what NonFam said. That's what Matt uses, Matt German. So I said it right.
Yeah.
That's what he uses. He got that in a contest. So. All right.
How has your Matt? How has the reflective little thing at the bottom of the thing held up, especially on your older one? Like I don't use mine as much as you do, and it's it's held up. But I've seen where people say like it doesn't last. Don't tape it. Whatever. Don't put your basket on it or whatever.
Yeah, I haven't had any issues with it. It looks like crap. Like there's stuff all over it. So I
but
guess
it works.
It doesn't really work as well as it should.
Yeah.
But I don't see any issues with it right now. And again, with the old one, I also lined that entire base area with the reflective tape as well.
Okay.
So that way it would reflect up and then it would reflect on all the sides of it. The only part that I left not reflective was the top of the piece. So, I mean, I might end up doing that with this one, but so far it seems to be working pretty good. But I mean, with the light source that you can beam down, that seems to be doing pretty
It
good.
gets
at the
the
job,
top.
So
Yeah.
That's a small, awesome
really
feature.
have any issues.
Yeah.
I
I
don't
mean,
have
it
that,
doesn't
that
take
part.
much to cure the outside right away.
Yep.
But
Yeah, and Vincent was kind of asking me like, how long do I cure for? I use the 6 and 6 method. So I wash for 6 minutes, cure for 6 minutes.
yeah.
That's pretty much it.
Yeah.
So I haven't really needed to do anything beyond that.
Take a look on YouTube. Try to find videos about the curing times for resin and washing and that kind of stuff.
hmm
That's
I mean,
it's almost non-existent.
I've had some, well, one brand, I don't even remember the name of it. I threw it, but when the print came out, it looked like an injection molded part. It didn't look like that matte look that you get off the resin, right? It just looked really weird. Threw it in the curing station, and it took, I mean, I put it in there for 5-6 minutes, and it was sticky. Put it in there for 10 minutes, and it was sticky. Put it in there for another 10 minutes, and it was okay.
Yep.
I just chucked it. I was like,
Sounds like water washable resin.
No, it wasn't actually.
Oh, right.
No, I have zero issues with the water washable resin.
Yeah.
None. I don't have any cracks. I don't have, well, I don't have high humidity. I don't have, a lot of problems that weather-wise that some other people do. But,
Yep.
yeah, I don't have any problems with it. It washes off nice. It cures nice. They last. I've had some of them up here for, I don't know, maybe almost a year, and they're fine. So
That's pretty good.
I've only
raw?
ever had one. Yeah, they're raw. Yeah,
Okay.
I haven't painted any of them. So I mean, you can see them, most of them up there, all the gray.
That's
So
what I
they're.
thought.
I've only had one crack, and it split in the print while it was printing because a couple of the supports, so it kind of failed and then pulled apart. But it was on the back of the model, so I just kept it because you don't see the back of it anyway on the shelf. So because the rest of it looked really good, it just kind of like folded in on itself because it was hollow.
Yep.
Yeah, but that was my fault too. I was trying out some different. Instead of letting the supports go all the way through, because sometimes when you do that, it just doesn't drain real good, and it's hard to wash. So I was trying to shorten the length of the support so they didn't go all the way through, and it just didn't support because there was no supports. So,
Yep.
Yeah.
I understand that. I know exactly how that is.
Yeah.
Anyone ever just try to push the speed, see how fast they can print when they feel the printer is dialed in? So if you're referring to resin printing, at least, so you'll find out very quickly if you change any settings in terms of speed, you will have to recalibrate your resin to make sure that you are curing it at a specific time, because what you're doing is usually you allow a time for the resin to pool back in and then it squishes down. Well, obviously, if you speed that up, you have less time to do that and it has less time to settle. So you might have to either dial back your resin settings, your exposure, or dial it up to cure it faster. So, you're going to have to basically recalibrate everything again. I learned that with the Frozen Sonic Mega when I was doing speed settings for it, because I went from the standard setting, which was like, I think it was a 13-hour print, and then I did some quick settings, and it turned it to an 8-hour print. And you can definitely tell that it was like under cured. It wasn't curing fast enough because we were going so fast. So yeah, you'll definitely have to do that. But if you're referring to FDM, then you should be okay. Yeah, I mean, you can turn up the settings.
I'm not going to tinker with the speed settings on the FDM.
Come on, you can do that.
I'm still running an Ender, so don't get me started.
Yeah,
and
the only thing you might have to play with is like retraction settings, or the feed rate that's going on it.
My thing is, if you got your Ender running fine, don't do anything with it. Leave it like it is. And I always wanted to, just printed the normal speed like in the original settings, and so far it was running fine for me.
Nice.
If I turn up the speed, the print will not be as nice.
Yeah. See, like with this printer, with the Daedalus, I print just about everything at it. If it's a print I want to look good, it's 100 millimeters a second. If I'm just testing a part, 140. And for PETG, I can go up to about 90 on that machine. On the Rat Rig, I've had it running at about 450 millimeters a second. At like 30,000 acceleration. Just to, you get it, you build it, you want to play with it, right? And you're changing it around. I had a floor fan on the motherboard, and I was getting driver overheating messages.
I remember you saying about that.
Yeah. So I was like, and then I hit the point where I was like, oh, let me try some other parts. And then I hit the point where I was like, I'd really like to print something on this now, because I've had it for a month and a half and I've done nothing but fast, crappy prints. And so, yeah. So I've just been spending time dialing in my profiles for it. And this one's just, I'm going to go to bed and let it run. It's a little well, not a little vase mode, but a vase mode vase.
There you go.
That it's just running slow.
So Jason, how is your Prusa? Because I'm still deciding if I ever want to buy one of those.
So I bought this from someone, but it was still brand new in the box. But it runs really well. I've only had one issue with it, and I took it out of the box and it just ran. It ran great, and I printed I don't know 8 dozen prints on it, and then just from off of one perfect print to the next, it just went nuts. Like nothing, like the bed mesh was going crazy, the bed level, it was just, I was like, what is right? I don't know anything about it. It's like I've torn all these down, put them back together. I can tell you every nut and bolt that's in them. I look at this and I'm like, I don't know. So I chatted with Bruce, and they're like, dude, take your bed off and wash it with a scratchy, side of a sponge. And I'm like, okay, whatever. So I did it, and it fixed the problem. I'm like, really? Really? I was like, okay. So I chatted back, well, this is embarrassing. Thanks.
Yeah, I heard a lot of stories that Prusa has got a good support.
Yeah, it's
customer support is very good.
It's 24/7. I think, yeah, right, yeah, 24/7.
I'm pretty sure it is.
Yeah. That's missing a lot of a lot of things these days with a lot of companies.
Yeah. That's that. I mean, if Creality could you imagine if they put out the printers the way they do and had a 24/7 call center, they would have to have it in like 5 countries.
Yeah.
And have 1 million people taking calls. Yep. It'd be unbelievable. So
that's why I also started making. I just started making reviews in Dutch, because there's almost no videos and reviews in Dutch for 3D printing.
I don't know. Yeah.
He doesn't know. He just works here.
Yeah, I don't know.
I just got the Ender 3 Pro and the Ender 3 V2, and they were both great. The Ender 2 V2 is clearly better, but the Prusa is a beast. I will agree. I had an MK2 back in the day, and it was a used one. It had been sitting in somebody's shop for like 2 years, and he never used it. He quickly got into 3D printing, bought a Prusa. He was a guy that had money. And then he built a business that was around CNC machining. So he thought, hey, I can build some parts on this and use it on my CNCs. And he just ended up buying like really high-end machines that he didn't need it. And it just sat there and sat in his shop. And he was offering like $300 for it. And I was like, you know what? Everybody talks about a Prusa. I'll just grab it. And I got it. And it was like a Black Friday thing that he was doing. And so I bought it from him. And then he included 2 rolls of Filamentum filament, which were like
Nice.
$53 a piece. So I'm like, I basically got a Prusa for $200. Like, that was awesome.
Yeah.
And yeah, it was a fantastic printer. I swapped the nozzle for a hardened steel one, and that thing just printed everything perfectly. And everybody was always like, oh, well, you know, my Ender 3 prints just as good as my Prusa. And here I am. I still had my Ender 3 at the time, and it had probably $200 worth of upgrades, like ABL, extruder, like everything you can think of done to it. And I had it dialed in. I had a great profile for it. I worked. And so I printed off 2 prints of the same thing, one on the Prusa stock settings, because you could just go on the screen and there's settings for PLA, ABS, and PETG and set it in print. And so I threw in some cheap filaments on both of them and printed both of them. And the Prusa was just like amazing looking. And the Ender 3 looked good, but you can tell the difference between them. Like there were slight things where, like the print that I had lettering on it, and you can tell like the Prusa just did it in a finer detail. And the Ender 3 was close, but there were still some like meshing over. So I was like, man, that explains why everybody was like, go with the Prusa. Like I understand the whole Prusa fanboy persona after that, and I was like, it was an amazing printer. But
their profiles are dialed in really well, and the only thing I had to do on this one was just kind of lower the extrusion multiplier just a little bit for PLA, and it was and a little bit for PETG, but I mean everything else they've got it set up in the profiles, their acceleration, all that you can get to eventually on a Creality printer. It just takes you a lot longer, so
I'm looking price wise what it costs in euros to buy a Prusa printer. If you buy a kit model, it's 770 euros. And if you buy it completely built, it's cost you 1,000. So basically, what I see in my eyes when you start printing and you're just a beginner, I've been printing now for 2 years, but I still feel like I'm a beginner. It's too expensive for me. So everybody starts looking for like an Ender. If they know in front how much issues they can get with an Ender, you will never buy one.
Well, so many people end up buy an Ender and end up with the same investment or close to the cost of a Prusa, because then they want direct drive, and they want a second lead screw, and they want this, and they want silent drivers, and they want this, and they want a bigger build volume or a different build plate, or and they're spending a couple $100 in filament or PETG to print their modded parts, and they're doing different extruder, different this, different that, and you end up at $700-800 total, on an Ender 3 V2. That every time you do something to it, you're starting from scratch on new profiles. Basically, you might as well have just. Now, the flip side of that is if somebody bought an Ender 3, a couple $100, and through that process they learned, then I think that's okay. Just like, for some people, if I know them personally and they want to buy a printer, I'll like, look, dude, just get a Prusa pre-built. Don't even try to get the kit with 1 million parts, because I'm just going to end up at your house, right? So but
so don't get me wrong. I've got 2 Enders. One I bought with problems already from the start. I did a lot of things on it already. I had 3 good prints of it, and then I was like, you know what? Let's try to do a direct drive, because I had the stuff laying around, and I got the other Ender. I've got an Ender 3 Pro. That one I bought from the beginning, was my first one. I had bed issues from the beginning, so Matt told me put another plate on it. So what I basically did, I built a mirror on it, and it's printing for the past 2 years. I only had to change out the V rollers, the wheels.
Oh, the rollers, yeah.
Yeah, I had to change that out a couple of weeks ago, but it's still running fine. The other ender that I've got here, yeah, I basically see it like a machine to tinker and learn when
Mhm.
something
Yep.
breaks.
Yeah.
That's a cool thing of a reality machine. If you buy it and something breaks, it will not cost you and set you back a lot to
True.
learn it.
Yeah.
And in my eyes, I see it like this: buy an ender, so you learn more stuff how the machine works.
Hmm.
So if you break something,
Yeah.
it's cost wise, it's cheaper to build.
Yeah. No, I know my first one was half made out of wood. Then went to the Ender, had a couple Ender 3s, Ender 5, turned it into a Pro, turned it into a Pro Plus, got the 5 Plus, couple Ender 6s, an S3, an S5, and slowly, over time of doing things to them, doing different mods, changing out parts, boards, different things, sold them off and have moved away from that to where the Daedalus, the Rat Rig, the 3D Fuse that I'm building, and then when I don't know, I may get bored with this one and then start doing the Voron, because they're all the same, right? They're all Core XY, they're all bed droppers, they're just square cubes, but they're all different. Some run Duet, some run Clipper, and so it's interesting to me that way. I hate to say I've moved on from Creality, but I'm glad I have. Yeah, I know. Yeah,
Yeah, I'm at
yes,
this
I'm
point now
I'm
Small
also.
Creality
seal of
free.
approval there.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes, I am
I'm,
Creality free.
I'm also at that point that I'm like, buy a better machine. I'm also looking for the dual Z and everything, because the second one part, if you have direct drive, and yeah, because I'm at that point
Mhm.
now, like I want to have a better print.
Yeah, yeah, and
Everybody
like,
asking me. I've seen people here in the Netherlands that sell prints like the Lego flowers in big. A friend of mine bought one of those, real bad quality. I'm like, you'd be ashamed that you sell something like that. Um, and I'm like, I'm already past that part, like the infill and everything. And for my feeling, I'm like at the end of what I can learn print wise on an ender.
right, yeah, and and like in chat, somebody said they got an Ender Pro for $99. There was a time where I would have probably bought two of them for 99 if they were 99 bucks a piece.
That's what I did.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I would tell anybody, really, 99 bucks, dude, if you need one, get it for sure. And like Mika Steve, yeah, not everybody can afford every machine that's out there.
Same with me.
If you
I
can,
don't get the
great,
money
but if
to
you
buy a
can't,
printer. I
right.
really want a Prusa, but I cannot afford it yet.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
but
it's not like all these things showed up overnight either.
exactly. Yeah.
These things developed over time. I basically sold 7 printers to get 1.5 of these. But I had money invested in those. Got some of that in the return because I did a lot of upgrades and things. Sold them off to people. Even though the people I sell to, I typically don't overcharge them. I mean, I wouldn't just overcharge somebody anyway, but I would sell it to them for pretty much what I had in it, and help them out. Because the people I really will sell a printer to are people that I know. And if they need some help, I'll always help them. And a lot of them are disabled vets, and it gives them something to do to shift their paradigm when they're having a hard time. So,
That's why I started 3D printing, because my ADHD, I was always bored out of my mind.
Mhm.
And my problem is I cannot learn in books. That's an issue I've been having from the start. And
Yeah.
with 3D printing, my mind went in overtime, like creating stuff. Not only designing things myself, but also for the kitchen, usable things. And yeah, I like it. And then sometimes when I cannot sleep at night, I'm like, okay, what can I build? And it keeps me up, and I do cool stuff. And I'm learning. So I just started 3D printing
Yeah.
about 2 years ago. I met Matt about 3 years ago, I think, on Facebook when they're
Yep.
doing a live stream. A year after that, I bought my first printer, starting building stuff, and didn't know anything about electronics. Still don't, but a little bit more than before. And so you build your own thing. Then you think like, okay, I built this little case. I got to do a little bit of electronics. So you're taking a look, like, oh, I have to do some soldering, do this, do that, and you expand it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean the biggest thing I've noticed from going from Creality printers or a Creality printer that I've modded and modded and modded to the printers like this where I've built them, put them together. They've got good components to start with, basically. Like Matt said before, he printed something on the Prusa, printed something on the Ender, and it's close, but it's not the same. So when I'm done printing something, there's a lot less post-processing, especially on a larger print. On smaller things, the detail is finer, so there's less correction if I really cared about it, and I can print them a lot faster. So I can print one of these. Which way am I going? One of these small guys, little droids out in a half a day, and they're dimensionally accurate. They don't need any post-processing. They really, just a coat of primer and paint it if you want to paint it. Otherwise, I haven't even gotten to many of them, but because I hate painting. I'm about as good as a finger painter gets, but but that's not 100% of that story either. It's a lot of tuning and testing and
lot of failed prints and lot of failures when you try to rebuild your printer.
Yeah. I've been really lucky with these. I haven't had any issues really, except for the Daedalus. I had a problem where the print head was rocking back and forth. So I reached out to Project Red and Joe over there. He came up with a whole new setup for the cooling solution and the probe mount and all that, and that's what's sitting on it now. Where I was trying out one that he FDM printed, and it's working. He's made a couple other changes to it to improve and direct the airflow, keep it off, at least the layer fan, keep it off the hot end and off the block, and keep it off of the heatsink and things like that. So I'll be getting an SLS printed one from him later. But other than that, it's I almost feel like it's, hey man,
Hi.
Mr. Germain.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah.
I almost feel like working on these now is 10 times easier than it was ever to work on a Creality printer.
Yeah.
That may just be time and experience and just all the playing around I've done over the years, but I don't know. Everybody's different.
That's the thing with Ender. I don't get me wrong. If it prints fine. There's no issue with it. And but if you get problems and you cannot fix it, then you're really like getting annoyed. So you got a love-hate relation with Ender.
Yeah.
And but the other thing I can see is like you learn a lot of stuff with repairing your printer. And like I was telling, if you break it, it's not going to be cost-wise. It's going to be too expensive to buy the parts.
Right.
So you buy, you get what you pay for, basically.
Oh yeah. Well, I had a CR6 SE, and
I think
bought
Facebook is broken right now.
I bought a whole replacement hot end assembly, it had the hot end, the heater, the heater cartridge, the thermistor, the whole thing, the whole thing was like $40.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
V wheels and everything, back plate, everything. It was all there, $40.
Yep.
I've got pick a printer, any one of them, just the hot end without a nozzle costs more than double that.
Try to do that when you got problems with an automaker.
Yep.
With Facebook, I don't know why, but I can't see the banner. It doesn't show up on my screen. No. I checked on my computer and on my iPad. I looked and no.
That's crazy.
I got Facebook and YouTube on at the same time, and it's running.
Yeah, normally
you can see his. I was going to say it must be a UK thing, but
yeah. No, but I scrolled up the list
I'll be right back.
too, and there was nothing there either.
Huh. Yeah, it's on Facebook right now. I'm looking.
I can make I'll make a copy of it, make a picture of it, and send it to you.
I don't know. He's lying. I'm new to 3D resin printing. Any tips? Well, first off, welcome to the awesomeness. Secondly, what kind of printer do you have? That's where we will start with that one. Because as you can see, I have several.
I'll throw my 2 cents in. Start with the stock profile.
Yeah.
See it and see if you like how it comes out. If you like how, because that's my approach to resin printing. I'll use the stock profile. If I like it, I leave it.
Hello,
Thanks
sir.
for doing the banner so that I have to type in that ridiculous code manually. What's that about?
So
yeah,
I tried to put it into the chat, but for some reason my chat is through Facebook or YouTube, and apparently it doesn't let me send that link out. So
could you do it? Could you? Okay. Were you trying to do it through StreamYard or directly through YouTube?
No, it's through StreamYard. I tried directly through YouTube too.
And either one. Are you logged in with the same account that you're streaming on?
Yeah, so I'm streaming on 3 different things. My page, my group page, and YouTube, and I guess YouTube overtakes everything. So it shows me as like the main focus is YouTube, right. I guess. So Voxel Lab Proxima. First off, great machine. They're actually on sale right now. $159 right now.
That's not bad. Good.
So
not bad at all.
Yeah. First things first is you can do like Jason said and do a stock profile and run a print. But I always suggest doing calibration prints for your resin because
I've got
uses the same thing. But
and there's a lot of them, the little city ones and the ones that have the curves and different shapes and stuff on them, or it'll print like 6 of them or 8 of them or whatever.
Yeah, there's quite a few of them out there, even more that most people don't even know about.
Like I don't see a lot of RERF files out anymore. That seem to have gone away.
So the reason for that is a lot of printers don't support that ability anymore. And that's kind of like the old Photon, like that was a great thing to have. I absolutely love that thing.
Yeah.
But ever since like the newer printers with the newer Shitu boards came out, it's not there anymore, unfortunately.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a Photon, and when I went to the Photon Mono, I was looking for an RERF, and I'm like, what am I supposed to do with this thing if I can't? Like, I have to do this by myself? This isn't going to work.
Well, speaking of the new Cheaty box boards, 3D Talk have brought out a resin printer, and they want to send us one.
No shit.
And it is the most generic looking white trash vanilla printer I've ever seen.
Is it like the Elegoo Mars and the Kingaroon where it's a Calend printer rebranded,
No, so it looks a bit like an egg, but it's like a 6-inch screen.
Oh,
definitely
God,
a Cheetu board.
they didn't take
I
the
asked them
old
I asked if they're using a Cheetu board, and they were like, "Oh, we don't really talk about the insides of our printers." I was like, "Well, I'm gonna get it, so I can just open it and look, and it'll say Cheetu on it." And I looked at the screen, and I was like, "It's super a Cheetu board. Like, why wouldn't you even answer that question?"
Do you have links to it? Can you send it to me on Facebook?
Oh, 1 second. I think I've got the. I think I've got the text sheets in an email. 1 second.
Yeah, if you can send those to me, I guarantee I can figure out exactly who makes that printer right away. So
I just want to see it look like an air fryer.
Do you know what?
What you're saying? It's going to be an upgraded version of the original ANET resin printers. It sounds like what you said. So, I started FDM printing with the Mars 2 Pro. Love it, but I see resin printing as a whole new world. It's a whole new world. Okay, I'll stop.
Sing to me, Matt.
Yeah,
Sing
is a whole
philosophy
different
here.
world. and it's got its places. In my opinion, in terms of what you can print, what I mean by types of material, it's a whole heck of a lot easier to print different types of material on resin printers than it is on FDM, because with like nylon, polycarbonate, TPU, you need like specific things for that. ABS, you need to have enclosures for polycarbonate and ABS to truly work. Whereas on a resin printer, you just click print and go. That's it. Everything's good. You don't need anything spectacular. Now, is it as structurally solid as an FDM print? I don't know that. I've never really printed with anything, after PETG. Well, actually, technically ABS. So anything after that, really, I haven't printed anything to compare it even. So
try to print two of the same with 100% infill and check it out.
Yeah, exactly. So that would
Well,
be cool.
I mean, I could tell you right now, if you took and printed a ball in PLA and a ball in resin, both 100% infill, the resin ball is going to crack if you drop it on the tile floor. You're going to have to throw the PLA pretty hard to get it to crack.
Yep.
So there's that. But the shape, like you said, the infill, the shape of the part, what its intended use is, the size of it, all those things play
and
into
also
that too.
The way it's been printed, I think.
Yeah. You can, and especially with FDM printers, direction directly relates to strength too. So if your print depends on what do you want your strength on the Z? Do you want your strength on the X and Y? Do you want so that there's that too.
Yeah, and that's one thing that always irked me about like those stress tests that everybody did, like with what is it? Joel specifically was doing the test where he was printing out these what do they call, like hangers or something for shelves,
brackets,
brackets. And it's like, okay, it's great that you're printing in all these different types of filaments and everything, but what was your print orientation? Because while printing it in one way might be the most structurally solid, printing it in standing up or whatever might be detrimental to the entire thing. So it was like, you never know. And then there's also, what if I printed it at an angle and did it that way? Because you're actually doing kind of the double work. So you're bonding that even more. So
but the only thing I'd say with that though is Joel wasn't trying to print the strongest bracket, because there were different geometries that he could have printed it in that would have made it a stronger print, period, right? But what he was trying to show was that printed in exactly the same orientation with exactly the same geometries, these are the mechanical differences between these things. So like PLA tends to, when PLA fails, it doesn't shatter. It stretches almost, or it melts effectively. Right. Whereas I've found that when ABS fails, an ABS fail can be a bit more spectacular in that the part is it almost shatters a little bit more. And as you say, with resin is very strong, and if you were to try and compress it, it would have very strong compression, and I would imagine that it would probably work fairly well as like a shelf bracket or something if it was mechanical stress that it was under. But if you're dropping it on the floor, resin will shatter every day.
Yeah,
it doesn't matter whether you do it 100%. It doesn't matter what you've done to it. You know, because it doesn't have any elasticity to it, so it can't shock absorb anything. It's just trauma and smash.
Well, that's improving too with different resins, with flexible resins and ABS that you can resin print. I don't know if it's exactly the same as FDM ABS, or I know what I do know is you shouldn't print a big lithophane in a flexible resin. I don't know who would do that.
That's like, oh my god, here we go.
Does seem like a strange thing to do.
I'm not a resin expert. Maybe we should ask one.
This is ABS like.
Yeah. So correct me if I'm wrong, Matt. I mean, they do any sort of material you can buy in FDM. They pretty much sell a resin equivalent, don't they?
Peak and Ultim, obviously, they do not make. But so with that being said, in a how do I put this? In an environment where people will buy it in mass quantities, a normal consumer person, a hobbyist, will buy it in mass quantities. Everything that you can buy in mass quantities and that people print in mass quantities, you can do the same thing in resin.
Yeah.
And going back to the whole shattering thing, yes, there are additives that you can use to add in and make things more durable. And basically, you're adding a TPU material into that resin, and that basically softens everything up. So, and it doesn't really change the bonding process of resin. It actually, like you said, it's better for shelf material, because the problem with FDM is you're doing it layer by layer, whereas resin, you're like curing it, you're bonding it to each layer. So it's more like an ABS process than it is, but it's even on a finer detail. So that's why resin holds up a lot more in a stress test environment than it would versus FDM. So, but if you're comparing PLA to PLA resin, which they do make, I use it here, drop test and stuff like that. Yeah, it basically shatters into a million pieces. So that's the one downfall of resin, is if you're not using that flexible or model resin, as they call it, you will experience shattering, and it's like 10 times worse if you use water washable resin.
What is with denture resin?
So what is it?
With denture resin.
So denture resin is specifically made for molding design and high detail. So again, every single resin that you get is going to have its specific purposes. So standard resin is just like if I'm making household items. That's basically where it's at. If I want a model resin, then I'm going to be printing miniatures and stuff like that. So if I drop it on the floor, it's not going to shatter into a million pieces.
Right.
Something might break off of it, but it's going to be very hard to do that. And then like dental and wax resins and castable resins, they're going to be a different feel altogether. They're almost like a flat feel. They're not like slippery or anything like that. Like resin basically feels like as if you clear coated some PLA or something like that. Your dog okay?
Yeah, she just wants to.
Somebody step on him?
No.
Matt's dog set off one of the traps.
No, she's my trap.
So yeah, again, it's basically depends on what you're wanting. Like if you want insane, resin that will never have any issues, you could go with a nylon resin, but you're paying a lot of money for that. Like here's a specialty resin. Even this is glow in the dark. This is $185 bottle of resin.
Whoa!
Wow.
Most people won't pay for that.
I'm not going to
There's
somebody $185. Just turn the light
Somebody
on.
makes one that's pretty affordable. I think Modbot reviewed one, and it was like $40 or $50 a bottle, and it looked pretty good. So I don't on YouTube, like all my stuff that I've printed probably looks great from your house through YouTube. You get here and you get up close, it's a different story, Yeah.
Hammering is
Oh, guys, I got to run. I'm being back. It's midnight, so it's after midnight, and I'm being told.
Sir.
I'm being told
All
it's
right.
my bedtime.
Yeah, good night,
All right,
sir.
well, thanks for stopping in.
Hey, look,
Jason.
I already have 2 bosses. I don't need another one. All right, fellas. I'll see you. Take care.
Yeah.
Let's see. So if I do a resin bust models, I seem to have issues with the hair being very easy to break. Any tips on that? Do I have to change the density? So if you're having issues with breakage and it's not water washable resin, because I'll be honest, water washable resin is the most brittle resin that anybody can use. Like if this is water washable resin, if I were to tap this, it would probably shatter into a million pieces. If I went and tapped this is just standard resin. If I tap that, it might chip off a piece, but that's about it. So it all depends on what type of resin you're using, and then are you curing it too much? Because that's another thing that I see a lot of people do where they're like, oh, well, I'm using ABS resin and it shatters into a million pieces if I drop it. Well, that's because you're actually overexposing the prints while you're printing, and then you go and put it in your cure chamber and you're basically adding more overexposure to it. So that's why I make sure I do the 6 and 6 process with these wash and cures. I wash it for 6 minutes, I cure it for 6 minutes, and that's good enough. You're not over curing, you're not under curing. You're just there. It's very rare that I have to put another print in there and cure it for longer. And if I do, it's usually something like this, like a specialty resin that requires an insane amount of time. Like that on a monochrome screen takes 16 seconds to cure. That's insane. That's like 5 times as much as a normal resin.
And just to touch on that water washable resin, I hate it so much. So there's so many things that are terrible about it. The first is that people seem to think that because it's water washable, you can throw that water down the sink, in which case you may as well just go to the beach and punch a fish or a dolphin directly in the face, because you're flushing an intensely toxic chemical directly into where they breathe. So that sucks. It's still just as poisonous and just as toxic as regular resin. It can be really tricky to print. The quality can differ significantly from regular resins. It's more expensive for some reason, despite the fact that it's worse. And as Matt said, if it's water washable resin, it is so structurally poor that if you drop a pen on it, it will more than likely break off a piece of your model. I cannot stress how much it is a gimmick because some people don't like using IPA. I do not recommend to anybody to get water washable resin. There is no material benefit to it at all, and there's so many extra issues and complications that you get from using it that, my God, just don't.
Yeah, this is water washable resin, and it was sent to me because the person really wants me to have a true feedback on it because they know I absolutely can't stand it. And I've never had a good long-lasting print. But then again, I live in Illinois, Chicago, and our temperatures fluctuate, our humidity fluctuates. So usually these prints, I print them raw. I don't paint anything. So they usually don't last past like 3 months. And if they do, then all right, it's a good water washable. But because it's water washable, that right there, it's got water soluble material in it. So when you have temperature fluctuations, as we do here, where tomorrow it could be 92 degrees in the morning and 50 at night, and with 100% humidity throughout the entire day, like that's how ridiculous it is here at times. So with that, I've never had one last longer than 3 months. They've always cracked in some way or broken, whatever it may be. So I just don't use it anymore personally. But I have the same issues that James basically pointed out. Is I see that so many times where people are like taking pictures of them washing it in a sink setting, and I'm just like, this is why this shouldn't ever been marketed at all. Like somebody even marketed it, running it underneath a faucet when it first started coming out. Yeah. And I was like, oh my God, this is going to cause so many issues because you're literally washing vile chemicals down the drain. Like that is bad. So,
not to mention the fact that you're also washing part cured chemicals down the drain. So what could very easily happen is as they're in the process of curing, they harden as they go through your pipes, and you end up screwing up all of your internal plumbing, or you screw it up further down the line, or as I say, you're literally choking a dolphin. I want you to, so next time you go to like SeaWorld or something like that, I want you to look a dolphin or a whale directly in the eyes, and I want you to tell them that you're killing people.
How about sea turtles?
Sea turtles can suck a dick. I'm not even talking about sea turtles. They have arrogant little faces. They swim around all day with their houses on their back. I hope you punch a sea turtle. I don't care about those people. That doesn't bother me, and it doesn't bother me in the least.
Let's see. Yeah, I read all the SDS. Makes sense since I'm using Elegoo water washable resin. All right, so there you go. That's why. Doesn't make a difference if I use a seal spray to extend the life. Yeah, as far as I know, if you paint or seal your models, then water washable is okay for however long it may be. But again, I've also heard the flip side to that, where people have had water washable prints last years. Like the other James that was in here, he uses water washable resin and he doesn't have any issues with it. So it all depends, I guess. So
hold on 1 second. Are you telling me you know another James?
Nope, I have no idea what you're talking about.
I don't like that.
I know like 3 other ones. You're like the third James to be in here.
You're James the third, aren't you?
I'm like Highlander. There can only be one.
Oh, hey, speaking of Shitu Box, they're messaging me right now.
Oh. I wonder if they're watching the stream.
No, I don't think so. He's asking me
about Box, if you see this, please give me the pro version. Thank you.
So Matt, did you get the text sheet on the talk? I sent it to you.
Did you send it?
I sent it to the Akuma email.
Oh, okay. Let me check it really quick. Let me put that over here so I can check.
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny to hear all stories about resin, because I'm still starting out with resin printing. So
yeah, so I sort of fell out of love with resin printing. So when isn't it?
I know whose printer this is.
Oh, okay. So I bought an original Photon when it first came out, and I was blown away by the quality. I loved it. You know, I was using it on models. I had a bit of an issue where so I was doing things like hands and heads in resin and everything else in FDM, and I was having some issues where my resin prints weren't, like the keys on the resin prints weren't fitting properly with the FDM print. I was having some issues in warping and dimensional accuracy issues and things like that. So I kind of sort of fell out of love with it, as well as the Photon was small. Then I got a Tian4 T200, and the issues that I had with that. So the power supply blew, then the power plug broke, the on switch broke. Every time you turn the machine off and on again, it would default back to Chinese, and no one really explained why. The screen broke 4 times in 3 months.
Wow.
And each time they refused to replace it. And because it was a 10.1 inch screen, they were the only ones at the time who did it. So you couldn't go and get a screen from anybody else. It was also on Nano DLP. So if you'd have got another screen, you'd have had to have known how to configure Nano DLP to display correctly, which I didn't. So that was an issue. Then the vat cracked, the aluminium vat cracked down the side, so that wasn't great. The Z motor, literally everything that could go wrong. And eventually I just got to a point where I was like, I am done. My channel was super small at the time, so we were only about 100 people. So they didn't send us the machine for free. We bought it. And every time I went back to them for support of any kind, they were completely disinterested. So it just made me go, do you know what? Fine. I'm just going to focus on FDM printing. I'm not going to bother. I'm not going to go out and spend another 700 or 1,000 at the time on another machine of that size. We made a video slamming it. And Tian then reached out to us and said, we'll send you the replacement parts if you take the video down. To which I said, absolutely not. I said, you can send me the replacement parts, which, to be clear, under warranty, you owe me because the machine was less than 4 months old. I said, but I'm not taking the video down. I said, at best, if I get the machine working, I will make a new video that says that we had a bunch of issues, but we're now where we need to be and the machine's printing really nicely. But I'm not taking the old video down. And they just said, yeah, well, in that case, then we're not going to support you. And I was like, okay, cool story. You weren't anyway. So thanks. Then we managed to get a Quiditech Shadow, I think it is, or the Shadow S, which is like an Iron Man version of a Photon. And that doesn't work either. That was a second-hand one that we bought from someone. It had a bunch of issues. I think I just need to change the screen, and I just haven't been bothered to. We've now got the 3D Talk one turning up. The one that I care about is the Photocentric Opus. So that is the 14-inch screen. Yeah, that's the one.
No,
near enough, isn't it?
Look.
Yeah, near enough.
And look, it's on my favorite website of all time. But yeah, this is the
near
brand
enough.
New WiseTech that's coming out as well. And this just launched today on Kickstarter, and they were like, "Hey, can we post in your group?" And I'm like, "Yeah." After the whole Jupiter issue, I'm done with Kickstarter indefinitely now.
Yeah. So I mean, I really like the look of the Jupiter. And I was super tempted by it, but I don't play with Kickstarter anymore.
Yeah,
especially not for established companies, especially not for where all they're trying to do is pre-sell their production runs. That's not what Kickstarter's for. Kickstarter is for if Matt invented a new 3D printer and he wanted to get it off the ground, and the community believed in him enough to say, "Yeah, actually, we think this is going to work." Then absolutely have at it.
That's literally what Kickstarter used to be.
Yeah.
Like, kick starts a project.
Yeah.
That's why the name Kickstarter happened, is because it's somebody like myself not knowing a damn thing about what I'm doing, but I have an idea. I'm pitching you that idea, and then we're crowdfunding to kickstart that idea to become into the daylight.
Yeah.
So
kickstart your automatic vat filler for your resin.
Yeah. So yeah, exactly. Like something like that. Like that. Yeah. That's something I probably wouldn't even go to Kickstarter because it's such a minute thing. But hey, you got people like everyone doing filament. So hey, yeah, that was a disaster. So let's see. You said looking into upgrading the Elegoo Jupiter when it comes out. Good printer. I can't really say anything about it. With Elegoo's track record, I guarantee the first batches will have some major issues. There are two key points right now that I'm going to point out that I see that are going to be possible issues. Number one, they have an indoor light. Now, as I've talked about a couple times here, I have an LED light that's above me. Now, granted, it's probably, 24 inches long, maybe longer, 36. And if I use clear resin and I'm anywhere near it, Like if I hold up the resin to this amount, it will start curing the resin, even though it's just a standard LED light. But because of the wavelength that it's at, it can cure clear resins. So that's my one worry, is that they have an LED light in the back to show you what's going on, because I guess the printer is so dark you can't see inside of it. I guess that's a good thing, sure, but that worries me for clear resins at least. Secondly, I noticed this on the Kickstarter after everything dropped and they finally released all the information about it. It uses their new Cobb light source, which is literally a magnifying glass on a LED, a single LED. Now, granted, the LED is large, but here's the issue with that. When you refract the light everywhere, the dome piece that they have, which is basically like a how do I want to call it? Like a vacuum piece. That's what it looks like. Like it's just like a popcorn, the popcorn holders that you see. Okay, how it goes up like this.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is, and it's not reflective or anything. It's like matte black. It looks like, or anodized black, something like that. So it's not helping in any way, shape, or form. So with the Cobb light source being the only thing there, my concern is that the edges of the LCD, while they might be lit, it might be at like 70 or 80% of what the light source is actually at. And this has happened several times with Elegoo printers in the past.
You're going to get hot spots.
Yeah, even with Elegoo Saturn. And my Elegoo Saturn, which was about a year after the Kickstarter, still had those issues. They were very, very minute compared to what they used to be, but we've seen in the past where those light sources, the way that they reflect the light, there's dead spots basically, or dim spots, I should say. So that's my issue with it. One of the cool features, yes, is an autofill feature, but I don't use Anycubic or Elegoo resins. I don't really use those too much. Like, I have them here, but that's because people send them to me. But I more or less use like higher end resins like 3DRS or Monocuure, or if I do use lower, it's eSun. So the problem that I face there is they're specifically designed for these type of bottles. I believe Jamhe is the manufacturer that makes these, and you can tell these are all the same manufacturer resins. The reason being, they're all the same type of bottles, and I know we can fight until we're blue in the face. Oh, these are just bottles. There are thousands of them, but you guys got to understand, if you're in the 3D printing community, you know that resin and filament, they're all made by pretty much one large manufacturer, like the top three. And then they're rebranded a billion times for some reason. I have no idea why. And that's exactly the same thing with resin. Pretty much all of them are the same. They might have some different mixtures here and there to add to their collection, but they're all the same for like the standard water washable ABS. Like all those are the same exact ones. So I don't use those too often. Like these, just a couple bottles that I have here. But I do have like weird bottles that won't fit that. So like this won't fit. This won't fit. This bottle won't. This bottle won't fit. So that's the issue. And again, that might be a small issue because somebody can just make an adapter for that. You know, it's not the end of the world. But yeah, I mean, that is a cool feature to have. And it is something that's sorely missing from the hobbyist resin printers. Like I've had a printer that has that ability. I didn't buy that ability with that printer. Like there's two versions of it. You can have the autofill version or you can have it without it. I don't need that because I swap colors all the time. So it's not for me. So that's the other, I guess kind of argument sake for that is I usually swap.
Would be good more for me because I only print in one color.
Yeah, see, for someone like you, that's perfectly fine. Like you can have that auto refill is a great thing for it. So
Yeah, I mean the ABS resin or light resin what you sent me it's pretty good.
yeah,
I mean,
is it the first printer with autofill resin? Only to hobbyist price range, I would say. But yeah, autofill has been something that has been in the industry since the beginning. Dental printers and industrial printers usually have that. Now,
Yeah.
they usually use like a cartridge base, which you can fill your own resins in, some of them. But like Formlabs has been doing that since the day one. But theirs is more specific to their resin. You can modify it to take all the resins, but it just doesn't print as good as with their resins. But yeah, like I said, that printer is about 2 years old now. And
Right.
yeah, they've had
the V-Box has one too.
yeah, that's what I'm talking about. The Weebox, the big one that you can't really see it. But yeah, yeah. So as I was talking to the guys at Rapid and TCT, like this, I do all kinds of research at the end of the night. Like I just browse AliExpress to see who actually makes printers.
Yeah.
And I dive into it and like see who, what parts come from where and why people have such good service, and they can provide good printers, much like Elegoo. That's because all the Elegoo parts are not made by Elegoo. They're actually made by Calent. And you can easily look that up, and I'll show you guys right now, actually. So
It's interesting, really, how many of these companies present their really all they make is a slightly different case. I mean,
Yes.
The reality is any machine that uses a Chitu box board, which I'm not slating because they're decent boards, but what I would say is that they're not bringing anything new to the market because they can't. They can't bring a new feature to the market when they're using the same board as everybody else.
Yeah. So here, I'm going to show you a handful of printers that are literally the exact same thing. And as I just showed, like James was talking about a printer that's coming out. I just showed him a printer that's literally the same exact thing.
Yeah.
Just ever so slightly changed the body to suit their design, but internally it is the exact same printer. So we'll look up the Calent printers. If I can spell today, that would be great. We'll go on Calent and we'll just search. Okay, so here's the Elegoo Saturn. For those who did not know, this is the Calent S400, is the original Saturn, the 2K version. The Saturn that we all know that is the 4K is the Calent S500. All they did was take off this pieced top together and put a solid top. That's it. Oh, look, this looks very familiar. It kind of looks like, the Elegoo Mars 3.
Yeah.
The only difference is this comes with a 2K screen, not a 4K screen.
And to be clear, the third one down on the right, that looks almost identical to the TN4 T200 that I had. Except again, they put an aluminium body around it, and they've put a plastic case on.
Yeah. And that's exactly. And here's another key point that you can see. That's the Elegoo typical setup there, right there. They didn't even change it this time.
Fizz Smoke's just asking what all of everything behind us is for. Yeah, it is only printers, Fizz Smoke. It's. I think we all started out with one, and then our wives went away for a weekend and came back, and we were like, I don't even know what happened.
So here's another one. This is the old Calent, actually. This is the Calent Flare, which is the same as the Orbi, the D200. This is the original Elegoo Mars, also known as the Voxel Lab Proxima or Polaris. It's the same printer. Calent is a large resin printer manufacturer that sells their printers out to literally everybody.
Yeah.
Like they corner the market in terms of resin printers and what they make. So
see, it's interesting, really, because one of the only unique ones I can think about where I don't think they've copied anybody else's design is the Wanhao D8.
The what?
The Wanhao?
Oh, Wanhao, yeah.
Wanhao, yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no, I got
the
I got
the D8, the big one.
Yeah,
the
so
D8?
let's take a look at the Wanhao.
Which is weird because Wanhao are known for carbon copying like
Yes.
like they're known for carbon copying everybody's work. But there you go, that job.
James, there's a question in chat for about paint modeling.
What good acrylic paints for models and matte paints? So for normal paint colors, I tend to use either Citadel paints or Vallejo. It's like Inception. There we go. When it comes to specialist colors, I look at Green Stuff World, Green Stuff World is probably my go-to for a lot of paint colors and a lot of stuff. I mean, I've just finished the Superman behind me, and that's all Vallejo and Green Stuff Worlds for the blues. And then trying to think. In fact, almost everything in here is Vallejo's. So the only thing that isn't is when you need like a really specific color, like Iron Man red. And then I go to like Tamiya or someone like that. I go to their model paints, but they go on more like a glaze. So they're a little bit more specialist if you're trying to get really cool metallics.
VBox just contacted me and thanking me for creating a whole bunch of videos on my page. I think the message is supposed to be for you, Matt Farmer.
Wait, say that again?
I just had a message of VBox as we were talking about the VBox. So they must be watching the show. And they're saying that I really appreciate your video feed on your page. So the main goal for this message is to collaborate with you. But I think this message is supposed to be sent to you, maybe, because I don't do videos.
Have at it, bud. Contact them, see what they say.
Yeah.
Just remember to put on an American accent if they ask for a call.
Even if it was
meant for howdy, partner.
That is exactly how Matt sounds. So that was bang on.
Yeah, I like a little bit of puppy gum.
Hey, bud, how's it going?
Yeah. So anyway, so that 3D Talk Tech 100, that's probably going to turn up in the next week or so, and we'll do a video on that. Yeah, it's not breaking the mold. It's not doing anything new. Yeah. 6-inch 2K monochrome, parallel light source. Yeah. It's not doing. It's got an active carbon filter apparently. It's not breaking the mold. It's not doing anything new. It's interesting, really, because I suppose what they're probably doing is 3D Talk tend to sell to schools and universities, so who don't do a lot of market research generally whenever they're purchasing new machines. They normally get their head of IT to go out and select whatever it is they're going to get, because I've been a part of the procurement process in the past, and it's astonishing the level of I don't know that comes from them trying to create a maker space or something like that.
Right.
Like I've had a big university come to. So I used to do some consulting work with 3D Filiprint, and there was a big university, and they were like, "Oh, we want to make a maker space, so we're thinking of buying about 10 ANET A8s." And I was like, "Oh, okay, cool. How good's your insurance? Because you're about to burn the university down."
Yep.
And they were like, "Oh, really?" I said, "Yeah." I said, "The only thing that could be worse than having an ANET A8 is having 10 ANET A8s and then going, oh, get a bunch of people who don't know anything about 3D printing to just touch them." I said, like, all the electronics on the outside are literally bare. If you were to touch them, you'd get an electric shock. They were like, "Oh, okay." I said, and then they do have a tendency to catch a bit of fire. And they were like, "Oh, well, what do you think we should get?" And then we went through sort of like this whole procurement thing, and they ended up getting They got less machines, but they got flash forges in the end. They got some of the larger flash forges. But yeah, it was fascinating to me that there were people who are in charge of such huge budgets, and yet they have no knowledge at all of the product or the service that they're trying to offer in whatever area it is.
Another question, guys. Would you convert an FDM printer to a food printer?
To a food printer?
No,
it's funny you should say that.
So James, he's talking about Weebox getting with him. We already know what's going on with that, at least.
Yeah, you probably want to cool down on slagging that off, Matt.
I'm just shocked. I wouldn't do that.
No?
I mean, of course, if it's a clean FDM printer, never been used for printing plastic, I would probably use it for food.
You don't use the same nozzle, Matt. Like you change the tool head over.
I hope so. I know so.
They're not just asking you to blow chocolate down a PFTE tube, like.
Oh, that's not also cream. How you print with cream? How you print with cream?
How do you print with
or
cream?
Butter. Yeah, or
very
butter.
Carefully.
Well, this machine right here can print with it. Well, you can't see it; it's out of shot. But yeah, you can print like mashed potatoes. You can print stuff out of that. Like it's great. any like thick any thick food
viscous
substance
material.
Butter, not butter. Peanut butter, like that stuff. Yeah, you can print with that.
Yeah, I know some people would just lay underneath the machine.
Weebox.
Yeah.
I haven't signed mine yet. Yeah.
Yeah, I just went ahead. I told them, I'm like, I don't have anything for it. So I'm like, I don't know why you guys are contacting me. I'd love your resin, but come on now. Give me something else.
I mean, we've got a resin printer. Not a resin, an Ender 3, sorry, that we can use for it. But they need to get here quickly because we've also got an Ender 3 print mill conversion kit on the way, where it turns an Ender 3 into basically a CR30 for half the price.
Yep. Yeah, and that's funny. So yesterday I was at Rapid TCT. And, basically seeing how poor I really am. And, Creality's there. And funny enough, I had to drop off some bottles of resin to the Creality booth because the guy who was running it, he was on here a little bit earlier, actually. He asked me to bring over some resin. So I stopped by, chatted with him, and he's a big fan of the channel and everything. And he's absolutely in love with this thing and wants it. Because he's from Taiwan, so he's worked with Frozen before. So
right,
he's a multilingual person, so that's his go-to thing. And he was showing off the print mill, and he was like, "Hey, if you want one of these, I can hook you up." And I'm like, "Sure, why not? I don't have one of them." But no worries if you can. It's not the end of the world. I don't really care to have it, to be honest. I probably won't use it for what it's really intended for, but hey, I'll show it off. And he's like, "No, dude, I'll totally try and hook you up." So I was like, cool. And then I told him, I'm like, it's funny because you have these printers here. They're like, what, $1,000, I think they are, for the print mill.
Yep.
And that guy that's doing the CR30 conversion kits, he reached out to me when he first started, and he's like, I think he's somewhere in South America. I forget.
He's in Peru. So he's based in Peru, and then he's getting the work's being done in China.
Yeah. Okay. So, and I'm like, he showed me all the specs, and he's like, this is a far superior kit of what CR30 currently is. You're basically taking your Ender 3 to like an insane level for a quarter of the cost. And I thought it was half of the cost. And then I see today that he posted up on one of the groups, and it was like $400 US. Like,
so it's cheap. But the only caveat I will make is that you have to factor in shipping and import, and you have to factor in the fact of if you don't have an Ender 3, then you need to go and buy one.
Ender 3 Pro, you're kind of SOL.
But they're also doing one for the Sidewinder.
I guess in a way it is half the cost when it's all said and done.
Yeah.
But still, I mean, it's going to be a far superior machine because you're not using a mass-produced manufacturer parts like the CR30 is going to be. You're going to be doing a small mass production of higher quality parts.
Yeah.
So that's going to be the big difference.
Yeah, it's gonna. I'm really excited about doing it. We did actually have a Black Knight conversion kit for an Ender 3, which is like a linear rail upgrade. But when they sent us the kit, they didn't include the linear rails, which does make doing a linear rail upgrade quite complicated.
Yeah.
So I messaged them and they were like, "Oh yeah, I think we sent you the wrong one." It's like, well, that's just awesome sauce, isn't it? Like, it's like, come on, man. So yes, we've got to wait for that, and then we've got a switch wire on the way, Voron switch wire. Yeah. The V0 is nearly there. We've done a fair chunk on that. 2.4 is still going strong. Love that little machine. Love that. I say little machine. It's not a little machine at all. Just love the Vorons at the moment. And then there's a new guy called VZBot, and he's getting like 1,000 millimeters a second.
Oh,
that's insane.
Out of his to the point as to which he's actually changed over to one of his VZBots. He's done a pellet hopper above his printer, and basically he doesn't print filament. He just prints with raw pellets. Damn. So he melts the pellet in the hot end, and then because he's churning through filament so quickly, printing what he's printing, that he's actually printing with raw pellet instead.
Right. So talking about that, it's funny that you mentioned that, and it just popped in my head. So yesterday, as I was walking the floor, I hear a vacuum going on at TCT, and I look over, and it's a huge FDM printer that it's vacuuming the pellets, the resin pellets, to make a print, and the layer lines are literally as thick as this cap. That's how thick the layer lines are.
Yeah.
So they must have been using like a 6-inch nozzle, like not even joking. And the stuff that they were using was Alton. They were printing raw Alton right there, and this print came out, and it was like the size of my body. Yeah. And I'm like, that's probably 50 grand right there of raw
material. Yeah.
I was like, this is insane. And they're just printing it out like it's nothing. I'm like, first off, the machine, it's like a $3 million machine that they're printing with. But they're just printing out like just random stuff, like nothing even finished. It's just like they're just printing out a circle, then a square, and a triangle. Like, but you're just printing this to show off. And they're
when we went to Photocentric, they have they've got a print farm of Magnas. So the Magna is the 24-inch screen resin printer, but they use daylight resin. And while we were there, they had already, like the previous day, they'd put on like 5 or 6 busts in different prints in different machines.
Right.
And I was like, did you do those for us? And they're like, yeah, we just thought we could use them in some of the shots, something like that. If you don't want to, you don't have to. It's not a problem. We just print them off. And then we took them out, and they were like, so that the busts were about this large. They were big busts, and they're just done them in 100% infill. And I was like, that's a person who doesn't have to care about the amount of material they're using. Like the Real Virus is asking, it might be a bit overboard, but my first FDM printer is the original Prusa i3 Mark III S Plus. It's a mouthful now, isn't it?
Is that what they're at now?
Yeah. Okay. So let me be clear. I don't hate Prusas. They are good machines. They print really well. Most people, get really good results with them. They're relatively low maintenance. They're great machines. However, I also think that Joseph Prusa could stamp his name on the side of a turd and a bunch of people would buy it. So I don't think that he's, I don't think he's the magic man. I think he's the Wizard of Oz who's just sitting there pulling the levers behind the curtain kind of thing.
Well, I kind of said the same thing about two Crealities rep about the same thing about Creality. Like their machines are garbage, but they know how to market. So.
Yeah. Prusa has got a really loyal fan base. They've done some really great things in 3D printing. Their machines are quite good. Their firmware is pretty advanced. They're good machines. I'm not debating that at all. I'd rather be repeatedly kicked in the nuts by a donkey than give any money to Joseph Prusa just to feed his giant ego. I'm surprised that Elon Musk hasn't tried to grind him down and use his ego as a source of fuel to get us to Mars. I've seen the way that he treats people, with people like Naomi Wu and people like that, people who I genuinely believe to have the best wishes of the community in hand and things like that. I've seen how he treats people on his groups, the disdain that he has for a large number of his people. There's the meme that came out of just check your Z offset or something like that. And it's just, and that's what he is. He's a giant troll who has gone through and managed to create a decent 3D printer. So I've used Prusa Slicer, and again, it's fine. Cura's better in my opinion, but I'm used to using Cura now. And before that, I was an advocate of Simplify 3D when they last updated it 16 years ago. Yep. And since then, Cura has just surpassed what Simplify 3D can do. Tree supports in Cura has saved me kilos of filament at this stage. Kilos of filament. I do a lot of sort of complex geometries and sort of organic shapes, and therefore tree supports are the best way to support a lot of that. And if I was doing that in regular supports rather than tree supports, I just wouldn't be able, I wouldn't be able to keep up with the amount of filament I was using. I'd be using 3-4 times.
That's what I was talking about with Matt when he showed me early in the stream about using more support. Like you got a character, use 10 more support, and in the end, in the long run, you save a lot of filament instead of a lot of fails you got.
Yeah, true. Yeah, as I say, there's one other bugbear that I have amongst the many others, which is companies like Creality and Lowellspot. It's not just Creality, creating branches of their own Cura for no material reason and then not updating them ever again. It is completely pointless. Just make a profile, put it into Ultimaker's Cura, and stop pretending you're a software development company, because you aren't. It's there is no benefit.
You want to know what I love most about Cura? I'll show you. I'll show you right now. Oh, of course, now it stopped. Damn it. It was hanging up. It was not responding. Damn it.
Yeah, and again, I'm not under the illusion that Cura is an absolutely flawless piece of software. It takes ages to slice big models. It does lock up from time to time. It's not perfect.
There we go.
It's not perfect at all. But when you compare the feature set to Simplify 3D, it has more features. It's easier to use. It's widely supported. There's a chance that you're going to be able to get. I sent an email so I've bought Simplify 3D, unlike a lot of people who pirated it. But I bought Simplify, and I messaged them and I said, whenever I try to add a new printer and I pull down the standard profiles, Simplify sends me an error. And they went, oh, yeah, we're aware of this error. I was like, okay. So how do I fix it? And they were like, oh, yeah, we can't. It's an error at your account level, and we can't change it.
Awesome.
So you tell us what profiles you want, and we'll send them to you. I was like, what? No, I want the piece of software that I bought, the £350 piece of software that I bought. I want that to work. Oh, yeah, it doesn't. We don't.
Wow.
We don't know how to fix that. It's a server issue. It's something to do with your account. We don't know how to fix it. Cool. Thanks.
Did you try to do a new account maybe and then?
Can't, because your account is linked to your license.
Yep.
All right.
So unless I rebuy the software.
So I was going to tap into that exact thing and say that was my issue with them, because I haven't used Simplified 3D in a while. Like, I still check in on it every once in a while, but
Well, the good news is it's the same.
yeah, since I've got the Viper, it's got a profile set up in Cura, so I just use that. Call it a day. Same thing when I had the Super Racer here. It had a profile on Cura. Just throw it in there. Everybody uses it anyways. I haven't used it in probably 2 years because I've been using Simplified, and it's been great. But like you said, you have all the same stuff, if not more, on Cura now that you can do that Simplify surpassed Cura long time ago, but now it's not the case. So I reached out to them because somebody was looking for Simplified 3D, and I'm like, I bought it, I barely use it, you can have it. And so they're like, yeah, you can't sell your license, you can't do anything like that unless you're a distributor. I'm like, but it doesn't say that in your documentation, and at the time it didn't.
Yeah.
And so there was like a thin
It says
line
that I can't share it.
Yeah.
I can't share it with anyone, but surely if I don't want the software anymore, I can give that license code to someone else, right? And they're like, nah.
And so they were like, no, you can't do that. I'm like, all right, fine. So I reached out to the community, see if there was anything that I can do. They said, no, that you're basically stuck. So all I did was just switch all the information over to the guy that I gave it to, and that's it. I never used it again. Like, it's still on my computer, and I can log in under his username, but it's my license that I bought. But if I use it or anything, it won't let me do anything. It'll just let me look. That's it. But I haven't used it in a while. If I need to use something that's beyond Cura, I'll use Prusa. But again, that's another one.
There is only one feature that that Simplify had that I feel like Cura could benefit from, and that is that when you add supports in Simplify, you add supports first, and then you slice. In Cura, when you click the slice button, it's adding supports whilst it's slicing. And the speed difference in Simplify between, because you don't have to add the supports. You can just say auto generate and then click slice, and it'll do it all together. If you do it all together versus doing them as two separate activities, all together takes ages in Simplify. So I feel like in Cura, if you could tell it to auto generate the supports first, look around the supports as you wanted to, and then slice the model, I think they could really cut down on some of their slice times. But it's Cura is, I know it's owned by Ultimaker, but it's fairly community driven. They take a lot of community feedback, and they're doing a decent job. They add a fair amount of new features. They try new things. Not all of them work, and you've got that experimental tab that lets you sort of go through and start to try and figure out bits and pieces, and you can see that they're trying to hash stuff out and all of that stuff. And there's no material reason why anybody like Creality or Lulzbot should create their own branch to then create their own dev. I don't see any benefit in it at all. It's just a waste.
All right, guys, I have to go. I have to go out with my dogs. They're begging me.
Yeah, no worries, man.
All right, thanks, everybody.
Yeah, I think we're going to get off here in a little bit. It's almost 3:00 in the morning, my time.
So. Just looking at some of the... see you later, Matt. I'm just looking at some of the new experimental features. I got 4.11 yesterday, so I haven't really had a look.
Saw that. I was going to update my my Cura.
Oh, okay. You can change all of your bridge skins. Okay. So there's a bunch of new bridging. There's obviously a bunch of new bridging features.
All right. Slicing features. See what's new. Backup and sync your materials and plugins. Save projects to the digital library. Access 3D printing e-learning courses. And join a community of 40,000 active users. Cool. That's great. All stuff I could care less about.
So the real virus Chi2 box crashes a lot. Yeah, it does.
You know, I don't have that problem, and I work on a beta version too. So I'm surprised, but I've never had that issue. Only Cura crashes for me. It's the only program.
So Spring's asking on Facebook which slicer do we like the most, and the answer is that I use Cura. I've used Slicer. I've used Simplify 3D. I've used a couple of proprietary slicers like Flashprint and 3D Talk actually has its own slicer as well, which looks like it's based off of Slicer. And then I've used Prusa Slicer as well. And the only one that I rate or tell people to use really is Cura. And to be honest with you, it's kind of for the same reason why, as we've discussed before, why I've ever recommended an Ender 3. It's because it's so widely used that if you're trying to do something or you need support from the community for Cura is quite considerably larger, and therefore you're going to be able to get a better level of support than you are with Prusa Slicer or whatever. If you go to the Prusa community, you're just going to be told that it's your fault anyway. So there's no real point in even asking the question there.
Yep. Yeah, and that's the same thing. So obviously she works for Anycubic, so Cura is one that I use now just because like I said, I have the Viper, the profile set up, and everything works good. Even my TPU profile that basically somebody was just like, change some retraction settings and slow it down a bit, and it perfect. It was great. And so I just use that. I'm not a big fan of the supports, but I haven't added in like the tree supports on it yet. So I need to figure out how to go through there. I know you go through like the marketplace or something.
No, tree supports are in stock. Literally go to
No?
support settings, and instead of if you go to support, it will say you generate support, and where it says support structure, instead of normal, you just click tree.
Oh, okay. All right.
And then you just make sure your support density is down at 0, and that's it. Now you've got tree supports.
Gotcha. Okay. Well, I'll have to do that. I'm updating it right now, but yeah. So Cura for that, and then Shi2 box I use for resin printing. That's pretty standard. Like I was showing earlier, I sliced the file for the Hell at Sky. Unfortunately, that's proprietary board, so it uses PioNext Reality Box. So I basically do all the work in Shi2 box, export the STL, slice it into the Creality box, and the printer does everything else. So
and it's just so
it's a pain.
The idea that you've got to do that extra step, it just makes me go, so why does anyone own that printer?
Yep.
Like why? I mean, I know that you've got one, but I'm assuming you were sent one for review. You didn't actually have to part with your
I got sent one, and the problem with mine is it's such a beta unit that I cannot update it.
Yeah.
So that means I cannot use Lychee Slicer.
Yeah.
And even if Shi2 box imports the file output, I cannot use Shi2 box.
Yeah.
I am locked into the original beta version. Actually, it's the alpha version, I think.
Right.
Of Creality box to slice.
Yeah.
So with that printer alone, I'm done. I cannot do anything else with it, which really sucks. But
yeah,
it is
it's really just poor.
Yeah,
all of it is just poor.
I've dealt with that in the past with Nova 3D. I used to do that because at the time there was no plugins for Shi2 box for the Nova Elfin.
Yeah.
So I did that, and like literally 2 weeks later, somebody, I think it was Vanessa Silva, if I'm not mistaken, made the plugin for Nova 3D because it's such a great printer. And so I added it onto Sheet2Box, and then I basically never used Nova Maker ever again. And speaking of that, the friggin' longer Orange 4K has that same issue where they at least provide a plugin for Sheet2Box, but still, they have their own proprietary slicer because it's not a Sheet2 board in that printer. So
Spring's asking, I think Cheetah was trying to ask people to upgrade to their Pro version. So this was a whole thing on their thing, wasn't it? It was, if you want the Cheetah Pro board in your machine, then you have to pay for the Cheetah Pro software. Isn't that it?
Wait, say that again.
So Cheetah-Box is so Spring's saying, I think Cheetah-Box is asking people to upgrade to their Pro version. And my understanding was that if you have, isn't it something like if you have the Cheetah-Box Pro board, then you have to upgrade to the Pro software? I can't remember.
No, so this is the big issue that's going around where it's kind of like a misinformation thing, and I don't truly know the ins and outs of it, but as from what I know information wise, and I'm like I said, I'm working on a beta version of Sheet2Box Pro. So like I don't pay for it or anything. Like I provide them the support for it and how to fix things and what needs to be fixed and whatnot. So I have a version that's not out to the public at all.
Yeah.
So but as far as I know, in terms of the whole Sheet2Box debacle, they are locking their boards to their software, but they are allowing a third-party person to create plugins or exterior plugins for Lychee, basically, because that's the only other slicer out there that's supportive right now.
Yeah.
And it's a marketing strategy for them as a business to try and get a better quality service. And I'm not trying to back them in any way, shape, or form, because I understand where a lot of people are coming from, and me and James both coming from Simplified 3D and that whole thing and how much it is. I personally think it's a little expensive for the Pro version that they have, but they're not forcing people to go Pro.
Yeah,
they're forcing people to use their software free.
Yeah, and I suppose, and so they're still keeping their free version, right? They are still keeping their free version,
100%.
But what people have to remember is that Cheetah-Box isn't a community; it is a company.
Yep.
And they have products, and they sell those products. And one of those products they sell is an enhanced version of their slicer. So they are not just a hardware company, they are a software company as well. In the same sense that every other, every FDM printer hangs off the back of the fact that Ultimaker does a bunch of free dev for them to develop and produce quality prints and quality slices in Cura.
Yeah.
And all Cheetah-Box have said is that we are content to have a free version, but we also have a Pro version, and that Pro version people are going to get, they're going to get features quicker. They're going to get some of the newer features before everybody else does. And it will be, it's almost like, to me, it feels like paying to be in a beta group where stuff's probably already been tested and you get a few enhanced features that will eventually trickle down to the free version.
Yeah.
But again, they aren't an open source project that has suddenly decided they want to commercialize. They are a privately owned company who make money and have employees to pay, and they are paying developers right now to work on the free version of Cheetah-Box.
Yep.
And I don't think it's passionately unreasonable for them to say, we're going to carry on giving you the free version, but there's also going to be a Pro version, which will be slightly better.
Yes. And it is vastly better than the Pro version. So I carry both of them, so I can do a side-by-side comparison if somebody really wants to go on about it. But amount of detail that's being put into the Pro version is like, it's not even at the level that they want, and it's already vastly different compared to the free version. So in a way, yes, I understand their price tag. I think it's a little too high, but I also understand, like you said, it is a private company, basically. Like their money making is not in that. So they're trying to keep their company afloat and make sure that they have that free version to back end for everybody. So they're not wanting to pay for a paid version.
Yeah.
But I will tell you that the paid version does have that much more into it that it is kind of worth it in a way. So, you know,
it's no different than Fusion 360. Fusion 360 has done exactly the same thing, where for years they have been a relative, you know, you can get an education license or you can get a community license or whatever, and you're able to use their features and everything else. But I mean, Fusion is owned by Adobe. Like, I mean, if you want to see a company that will rip your wallet clean from your children's hands, like if there was $1 bill in it, they'd slap a sandwich out of a child's mouth. Absolutely. Like Adobe is a money grabbing organization. So the fact that we've had Fusion 360 up until now is stunning to me, that they give away anything for free, because they don't care about their community at all. Especially if you start looking at their, you know, their video editing and their photo editing products. Like they do not care. You know. But you know, that's the reality. They have a bunch of devs that are working on a program. They need a way to make money from that program. I'm going to go on a limb and say that no one would be happy if Chi2Box stayed free, but every time you sliced, you had to watch a 2-minute ad. So, you know, so you know,
and I understand, you know, somebody's going to have the flip side argument. Well, there's Lychee. Okay, I understand, but at some point, there's going to get to a point where, all right, this is a free software. Comparing it to Chi2Box, why am I having to pay or even have a free version when they're trying to lock down their board or anything like that? Okay, I understand that, but again, it's kind of like with anything that's a progression thing. Chi2Box is a prime example of that. They started off as a free-based kind of software, and the problem is it's getting to the point where like they're supporting so much. And they're doing so much behind the scenes to add these new printers and add everything that everybody wants feature-wise and whatnot, that, again, they're just there, and you can't keep it free. Like, how are you going to pay a developer when you're not getting any money? You're the only money that they're coming in is marketing advertisement.
Yeah.
I highly doubt that any company that has used Chi2Box firmware or software, has paid any type of royalty to them for a sold machine.
No.
Maybe Elegoo does as of right now because of the free version or the paid version stuff, but that's it. Before then, I doubt it. I doubt anybody has, which that's rightfully so. Why they're locking it down and why they're having a free and a paid version, because they want to try and make sure that is upkept to the highest extent and not turn into a disaster like Simplified 3D has.
Yeah.
Simplified 3D did the exact same thing. They switched it from 150 to whatever the paid is, I think now. And it's a disaster. It's not supported the way that it's supposed to. And people just kind of moved away from it because they don't have anything else to support them. It's just a slicing program.
Yeah.
So whereas Chi2Box, like you said, they have an actual business that they do. So they have to try and support that in some way, shape, or form.
Yeah.
Keep that going. And then they also have their software side. So
Michael Kruger points out that he'll stick with the basic. He's not paying $169 every year for a pro version. And that's absolutely fine. I mean, again, and to be clear, Chi2Box is allowing you to do that. They're not locking you out of the basic version. They're just saying that some of the new features, or a number of new features, are going to go in the pro version first, and then eventually they'll more than likely trickle down to the to the free version once they've been in the pro for a while.
Yep.
But if we want to put that into context, and context in this is important, if you were running a CNC machine you would be paying well over $5,000 a year for the CNC software that went specifically with that machine, that was made by the company that makes that machine. And the likelihood is you'd have that machine for 10 to 15 years. You never receive any updates. You wouldn't receive any updates for that.
Yep.
And all what we're talking about here is, it's just that because we have had a free version for so long, we feel that it should continue to be free, unsurprisingly. In the same sense that if Thingiverse suddenly came along and said, look, if you want us to stop running all of our servers off of old toasters that we found at the dump, then you need to start paying a $10 a month subscription fee. And everyone would flip their desks over and just go, no, Thingiverse was original. Thingiverse is the core of creativity. You're striking at the very heart of what we're doing. It's the entry to barbarism. Consumerism finally takes over 3D printing, and capitalism has crushed the dreams of many small creators. And then you'd sort of go, oh, yeah, but actually it does work better now that we pay for it.
Exactly.
They've got some money coming in.
Like there's a rhyme and reason for everything, and that's exactly how it is. And it's funny that you talk about the CNC thing, because for some reason it just popped in my head that, here's Elegoo, who, basically made a standpoint like, oh, we're not going to work with Shi2 board systems on the Jupiter because they're locking down the system. We'll make sure that it's open source and everything. And now I go and check the Kickstarter, and guess what board's in it? A Shi2 board.
Yeah.
And I knew that was going to happen. Like, you say one thing, you do another, because you know that you're shit out of luck, because there's far more development that's needed to get to a slicing platform. And even if you bought a pre-slicing platform and called it your own, like Creality did, it's going to be a disaster, and people are going to be running away from that printer. So you stick with what you know. And that's exactly what everybody's going to do. Again,
that's a question.
The big thing is everybody's thinking that they have to be switched to the pro version, and that's not the case. There's always going to be that free version. The pro version is just that much better, that you will see that there's far better stuff that you can do, far cooler things. Like, I can slice a model in the pro version, literally slice it in half. Like, I used to use another program, a Prusa program, to do that. And now I don't have to do that. I can do that right in Shi2 Box. That's awesome. That is the coolest thing ever. Like, I don't know any slicer that does that. You'd have to, like, Cura, you have to put it below the build plate. Prusa, it doesn't even let you do that. Like, you have to set certain parameters in order for you to do that. So nobody else does that. You have to go, again, it's a Prusa program. I forget the name of it, but yeah, that's usually what I used to use. And you'd have to hack it in half and then make sure that it's all right and, print your models in half. But like, that's just one of the features that I can say that's really, really cool. So,
and the thing is as I say, everything's contextual. When I started using Simplify 3D, Cura was pretty much at the same point that Simplify was, right? They both had pretty much the same features. I preferred the way that Simplify 3D worked. So I preferred the interface. I found it quicker. It didn't crash. It was, it was a bit more intuitive. I found supports especially a little easier to use at the time because you could manually place supports. I loved those features. And to me, at the time, I think it was about 160. I think I got it on a deal or something. But anyway, I paid the lifetime license. And to me, at the time, that license was worth the money.
Absolutely.
I didn't have a print farm. I don't make money out of my prints, but the $150 was worth it to me to get a piece of software that I really liked. So Mike was saying, why not do a hobby version and a commercial version? They do.
Yeah, that's
basically
what it is.
The free version of Cheaty Box.
What it is.
It does.
So and it's funny because I'm kind of chatting with Shi2 Box right now, or one of their representatives, I should say, and that's kind of like what we were just talking about. Like, they were asking about Rapid and TCT and how vastly different that stuff is compared to like the consumer or hobbyist market, comparing it to the commercial market. Like, I was talking to one of the guys at the booth, Creo 3D, I think it is, and they make a pretty basic printer. It looks just like the Hallett Sky. It's a $10,000 printer, and it's not much better. In fact, I think it's a little worse than the Creality Hallett Sky. But they say like, oh, because it's got a different board in it, it's got a different UI system. Okay, that's great. It looks very similar to the Shitu box one because everybody uses that basic setup. I mean, that's all you need. But I mean, the one thing that they boasted about was that, oh, well, if there's an issue, we can send you an update over online and just update your printer and get rid of that issue. Like this is the same type of thing that they're trying to look to get into is like a commercial standpoint so they can up their game and then maybe those prices will come down and everybody won't have to worry about it. And, you know, things like that. So it's a whole business model that they're trying to work around that I see. Yeah. And I understand where the people are coming from. Like you said, everybody losing their mind because now there's a paid version for it. But again, there's still that free version out there that's going to always be there. As far as I know, it's not going away.
Yeah.
So, and they don't plan on it because that would be detrimental to that company.
So Michael says, have two different levels of a paid version.
Gotcha.
So, okay. So I think there's probably a couple of ways that you could structure that. And there's a couple of ways that I would think about structuring it. I'd keep the free version. I'd have a version that you bought. It was a lifetime license, but it was a static version number. You are buying version 4.62 or whatever, and you get the feature sets that are within it. And then you would pay, so you'd pay, because it's a lifetime license, you'd pay the $160 for that. Or you could say, in fact, I'd probably even charge a little bit more. I'd say $200, and that's a lifetime license for that version. Then I would say, right, it's $120 if you want to pay for an annual license and you get all of your updates included in that. And with the $200 version, if there were updates that you wanted to have, there would be a, I don't know, $60 to $100 charge to update to that new version. So you could actually say that you would wait a couple of years and every 18 months you buy the update and then you get the new version. And then you carry on sort of perpetual. But at the end of the day, the pricing structure that they come up with, bearing in mind that, okay, I know that Lychee exists and there are a couple of other ones that exist as well. I think there's one that I was reached out to me, Voxel Dance, I think they're called.
Yes.
Yeah.
I haven't looked into it though.
I haven't got a printer that works yet, so so maybe I'll look into it with the 3D Talk one. But you know, there are a few alternatives. But the reality is that without using the word monopoly, Shitu Box is very large in the space, and in the slicer terms, they don't really have any material competitors.
Yes.
And when you don't have any competitors, you could set the price at whatever you want. Because you can only say that something is overpriced if there is something equivalent that is cheaper, i.e., there is the Hallett Sky or the £10,000 machine. They're fundamentally the same machines. So therefore, the £10,000 machine is overpriced because the Hallett Sky machine is priced lower but has the same feature sets and does the same thing. If the £10,000 machine came out and the Hallett Sky didn't exist, then the £10,000 machine isn't overpriced. It's just priced and it's expensive.
Yep.
And the same goes with Shitu. Going from free to $169 a year is a dick move. They've obviously done some costing models to figure out what they can do. And again, you still have exactly the same free version that you had before. You're not locked out of the software you could previously use. They have just brought out a new piece of software with way more features, and that piece of software costs $169 a year. And I wonder if the consensus would be different if they just called it something else. If instead of calling it Shitu Box Pro, they called it, I don't know, Jack in a Box or something like that. They called it something else, and people would say, right, well, Shitu Box is free. but Jack in a Box costs $169 a year. And I wonder if people in that instance would actually say, oh, well, that's a dick move, or that's them moving to lock things down. If they just hadn't called it Chi2 Box Pro, they just called it Slicer One. And Slicer One was $169 a year, and it worked on all their boards, and it had a bunch more features, but it just wasn't called Chi2 Box. Because I feel like if they'd have done that, people wouldn't have gotten up in arms about it. I feel like it's just a perception thing. It's just a lens that people have viewed it through to say, oh, now they're moving away. License renewals are usually lower than the original price of the product.
Yeah. You can only say that because it's never happened with this. So
yeah,
to have it lower than free, you can't have it lower than free. So why not set a starting point and go from there, and then raise it or lower it depending on what you see the market go as. I mean,
yeah, it's interesting because no one has this conversation really about any other product. So when Ultimaker, if you break an Ultimaker board, it's like $1,000 for a new board. And you could quite rightly say, I have already paid £5,000 for this machine. Like, paying an extra $1,000 for something that shouldn't have broken is unacceptable. A fifth of the price of my printer to replace the board. No one says that Ultimaker is ripping the arse out of people. It's a company's pricing structure is generally speaking based off of how much it's costing them to produce something. They have decided to hire more devs and make an earnest go at at stopping Chi2 Box from crashing all the time and adding new features of material value and really enhancing the system. They've added more devs. They are putting more time and effort into development. They're doing UI UX testing, which they never did before. They're doing an awful lot of stuff that previously they weren't doing. And I feel like if literally they had just said that they didn't call it Chi2 Box Pro, they had instead just called it something else.
Yeah.
And Michael, that comes down to the idea that, there's a good chance that the licensed software that you have isn't the only player in the space, right? So what you're trying to do there is you're trying to make sure that you retain customers because they have options. Chi2 Box, you don't really have any options. They're it. Either you use them or you say, right, well, I'm not using Chi2 Box on principle, and you settle for Lychee, or you move over to Vauxhall Tango, which, to be clear, isn't free, and all that kind of stuff. Is this the pro version? Is it?
So this is the standard,
right? Okay.
So one of the things I always concern myself about is like people are like, oh yeah, but I want those features in the free version and stuff like that, and I can't do this, I can't do that. Well, that's one of the issues that I saw with Lychee, is the fact that if I wanted to do like manual supports, I couldn't do that. I had to pay for that ability. Whereas
that's what I was asking this morning.
The what?
With the extra supports, because I was using Chi2 Box as a new beginner with resin printing, and I seen you do the extra supports. I did, huh? How do you do that?
So here, this is just standard Chi2 Box. We're just going to go through and kind of do everything. It's been a while since I've been in here, but let's see, where's the support tab? There we go. So yeah, basically, like if I got to this point, I can do like auto supports or something, and I think Lychee was okay. But if I wanted to go ahead and add supports, nope, I couldn't do this. I couldn't add this on here. What's cool about Chi2 Box Pro, and I'll load that up here. Okay, so I have both of them. Now, again, this is a beta version, so there might be some things that are a little different than the final version, but I'll show you guys how it looks. Give it a second. I'll load up here.
If it crashes right now, I'm just
probably will.
I'm gonna laugh.
So, all right, so as you can see, it is vastly different looking. Okay. Your support tab is over here. It's not up here. And you also have quite a few different things. One of them is the repair. Okay, that's a huge thing. That it's got a lot of work to do on it, but that repairs damaged models basically, which is a huge upside to this software. So again, we'll just kind of take something in here. See, it says there are damaged models in the loaded data. We're not going to repair it because it takes a long time. So we're just going to go ahead and do this, and we're going to go and select this model, and we're going to go over to support tab. And again, as you can see, it's vastly different compared to, regular Sheet 2 box that we have right here. So I'll try and do this like picture-in-picture type thing. So you can see it's got a similar setup, but, you have different profiles that you can add in here now on the Pro version. Like I have the Frozen. On here, you could just do heavy, medium, and light. So you still have very similar setups, even though, one is paid and one is free. So it's very, very close to what it is. You have the platform, you have the all, you have add support, remove support, edit supports. Same thing here. The only big difference is on the Pro version, as you can see, there's different options to your supports. So if I wanted to, I can do a tree-like support. Like, this is real crazy how it does this. And it basically just builds off of one tower, and there we go. Like real intricate stuff.
Wow.
So again, that's kind of like what you're paying for. You don't have that option here. A lot of things are very similar to it, but it is different in a lot of ways. So,
also
you
a thing I've seen with the Pro version, Matt. That's one thing I've seen this morning when you were using the Pro version. That I saw it straight away. I've seen it straight away that you can use multiple printers from different brands in the same Pro version that you cannot do in the free version.
So here's the free version. Okay, to get to different settings, you would go into here and you would choose your different printers, right?
Yeah.
Or you would go into the settings tab and just choose it that way, whichever you want. Okay. So like here we have the Frozen Sonic Mega. Again, pretty much everything is exactly the same in the Sheet 2 Box Pro as it is here. Okay. And the big difference on that one is, again, everything is right at your fingertips. So it's a little more user intuitive out of anything. So it's not much different. And I'm not saying like, oh, well, this is the reason why it's not that expensive. This support setting alone might be the whole make or break deal on anything. But again, you also have like the repair features. You can do all kinds of different things with this.
It's almost like they're starting to bleed in things from Mesh Mixer a little bit, aren't they?
Yeah, and that's exactly it. That's the program I was trying to think of.
Yeah, with that mesh analysis and sort of with the repair stuff and all of that thing. And again, to be clear, this is all contextual.
Yeah, you can do all kinds of different stuff. You can add in plugins, shortcuts, whatever. You can do all kinds of different stuff with it. But like I said, like one of the cool things, like this is something I used to use Mesh Mixer for. I can literally cut this model at any point I want.
Yeah.
You just set the thing, apply it, and I literally have two pieces now. So if I have a helmet that I want to print on here, okay, let's go and grab, I think I got a helmet file. We're just going to check this out. Somewhere on here I do. Oh, you know what? It's the Mark 50. Where is that? There we go. So here we go. This is the Sonic Mega. We'll choose. Okay. So again, it's detecting some issues, but again, this is a beta version. I think there's something wrong with that. We're working on it right now. So I'm just letting you know. All right. So here's a model. We're going to rotate this, 90? Nope, the wrong one. All right. So, oh, what the hell? That is all messed up. Okay. So basically, as you can see, we can almost print a full-size helmet. These red spots mean
which is
that
insane.
we can't. So basically, we're going to go into not support. Damn it. We're going to go into prepare, and we're going to cut this model basically in half. Now, let's see here.
So if you cut it, can you export the cut? Because you've now cut that into two files. Can you export the STL file?
Absolutely. So
brilliant.
All right, so we're gonna cut this right now. All right.
Yeah.
We're just gonna cut it like that. So if I wanted to cut and save one of these, I can just go over here and come over to the start, and I can save. Let's see. I think I got to click on it. Hold on. There we go. So I can save this as, and it'll save this right side.
Nice.
So let's see if this works. Again, this is a beta version, so I can't really say if it does or not. So let's go ahead and check and see if it saved it. So it did.
Yep.
It saved it as one right side. So that right there saves you a ton of time going into another program, Mesh Mixer, and cutting this in half. So right there, all right, now I can print this one side of this helmet. All right, now we're good.
Can it cut it? I mean, I suppose it's probably a bit too much to ask in a beta, but when it does a cut, can you ask it to add keys like in Luban?
What do you mean keys?
So like pegs and holes. So when you cut in Luban, you can do whatever cut you have, but wherever the cut is, it'll do a key and a joint. So that when you put those back together,
gotcha. That I have not tried. I've only used that a couple times, but let's see.
Doesn't look like it, does it? It's fine. It's not a problem. I mean, again, it's not what Mesh Mixer does. It's the only one that I've seen that does it. So Luban is really good.
So here, let's just try this because I don't know what the hell it is. So let's go do that, and then can we do that? I don't know if it'll let me apply. Yeah, I don't know what the hell is what.
So if you now cut that.
Hold on.
Okay, guys, I gotta go. Gotta make some food.
All right,
yeah, no worries, man.
Thanks for joining.
I've been up since almost 6 o'clock in the morning. So.
Damn. All right.
So until the next
no,
one.
I don't think that's it. It would be. I would imagine it would be under cut settings. So if you, or maybe split model. What does split model do?
So
keep the original model. Yeah.
Here, let's redo this. Okay. So let's import the original model, and then we'll go from there. Okay. So we're gonna go and cancel. Prepare.
So we go to split model.
Oh, I forgot to select it.
No.
So this will probably take some people a little longer.
The model is too large, is it? Ask you little questions.
Is it scaled to fit the size? Oh, because it's off the build plate. That's why. So I wonder what it's going to do. I think it'll hack it up into several different pieces.
Oh, lots of pieces.
So this will basically hack it up into all the pieces to fit on here. Let's see. Let's do an auto layout. Nope, that didn't really work.
Oh, is it because you selected all of them? No.
Maybe. Hold on. Let's see. What is it doing? I don't know what it's doing. Details STL. Yeah, I don't know what that feature does. I'll have to look into it.
Yeah, weird. Anyway, but Luban works in a similar way, right? So yeah, that's literally what it should do. Split the original assembly model into independent part models, and then you can see the way that that's laid out. There's sort of a cutout part, and then there's a little tag. There's a little tab, and that means that when you try to put those things back together.
Yeah. So that's basically why it looks like puzzle pieces.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's what Luban does, and it's fantastic for cutting large models. So if you've got like, so when Mike did, he did that giant Spider-Man that hangs off his wall. He cut that in Luban, and that had to cut. It had to be cut into like, I don't know, something crazy like 40 pieces or something like that.
Gotcha. Let's try and get something on here and see if that'll work. Hold on here. Oops, that's not what I wanted. I hate this. I never remember what the hell is what orientation. Oops. Negative. Oh, somebody popped in here. Hold on. Let me add them in here. Hello, sir.
How's it going?
Pretty good. That's supposed to be off an hour ago. All right, so let's try this. Let's see what this goes on. All right, so we have a selected
model.
Split model. No, we're not going to keep original. I could care less. Okay, so.
But that hasn't split it into anything.
Yeah, I don't know if this has the ability to do it yet. Split the original model or something.
I think it only split the other one though because it didn't fit on the build plate. There's no reason to split that because it does fit on the build plate.
Yeah, maybe. So let's scale it up. Let's do 500%.
That's large.
Let's do like 300.
That was a bit much.
So ridiculous.
Right. Okay. So if you now say to split the model,
so let's see. All right.
Because it at least did something with the last one, didn't it?
You know, I don't know if it did. Again, like I said, this is a beta version. It's not out. Oh, it crashed. Yeah, I kind of figured out.
This is what you get for your money, people.
That's right. That is the first time I've ever had Shi2Box crash, though, while I was doing something like that.
So it's one of those things where, again, you know, if that's the kind of features that you can start to expect, like Curo doesn't have the ability to split and key models. It'd be great if it did, but it doesn't. You know, it's the reason why people pay. Because how much is Luban? Luban's like 300, I think.
Yeah, it's expensive.
Like, it's expensive. If you're doing a lot of big models, it makes 100% sense to buy it. But as I said before, it's all contextual. If this has value to you, if these features have value, then you pay the license fee. And if they don't, you use the free version.
Oh, agreed. Like I was saying in chat before I joined in, I have no issue with paying for a pro version. But basically what they're doing is they're charging you the same price for the product every year. That's like buying a PC and all you're getting is an upgrade. So like you pay $700 for a PC. You need to upgrade your hard drive that costs $200. You don't go spend $700 again.
Which is so. I mean, if I was doing the pricing structure and that's how they wanted to do it, I would say that $169 gets you an infinite license of the version that you have.
Yeah.
And if you wish to continue upgrading, then you pay, or $169 gets you this version and a year's worth of updates.
Yep.
And if you want to get the next year's worth of updates, the next year's worth of updates costs you $169. I could live with that.
So it's telling me that it can't be split. I wonder why.
As I say, again, the problem with this is that we've been spoiled for so long.
True.
You know, we've had free versions of these things for so long that now it stings. That
basically what they're doing though is they're giving you a free version of the Pro, and you're paying $169 a year for the license.
Effectively, yeah.
Yes.
You're paying $169 a year for consistent updates, or but they're not even really giving you the free version, because the reality is that if you don't renew your license each year, as far as I'm aware, Matt, you lose access to the software, don't you?
Yes,
you don't get to keep the version you've got.
So this does exactly what Lychee does, or auto orientation, auto layout, like all that stuff. Add tag, like
Hmm.
What is this? I don't know what it is. I have no idea what this does. Oh, there we go.
Right. Anyway, guys, I've got to drop off. Got to go and do some work. So I will see you later. Good stream, mate, Matt.
All right, sir. Have a
See you
good one.
soon.
Spring Luban is expensive. Yes, it is. From what I hear.
Is that like an engraving option?
Yeah,
Kind of?
I guess so. I guess that's kind of
kinda
cool. To some extent, yeah. Use it very rarely, but yeah. Perform union, intersection, or subtract operations between them. Dig holes, analysis, measure, display size. Yeah, this has got a whole bunch of other stuff in it, which I haven't even played with half of this stuff.
With what I do, free works for me.
Yep, and that's perfectly fine. Yeah, and you can change the coloring on all this stuff too, like make it really cool.
So you could actually make that green like Slimer is.
You can make anything any color. So like the model color, we can change it to red if we wanted. I guess not. Again, oh, I gotta apply it. Nope, guess not. No bueno. Settings. It is very late here. It is almost 4 in the morning, so I'm gonna probably head off at 4 in the morning because, yeah, that's kind of late. Let's see. Oh, selected model color. So that's model color. So we're gonna change that back. So let's go to red. Then apply. There we go. Yeah, so you could do that. That's cool. I mean, it's nothing major, but you know, you can make your own profile basically and set everything up and just have it like super black. Grid color. We could do window background color. We could do black. Make it dark. Ooh, fancy. She dotted black, 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 black number. Whoa. Dark. Dark. All right, I should probably turn that back because that's probably going to annoy me really bad. You could just turn it back. See ya. Cool.
Awesome.
No, it's not. Yeah, and you can just do a lot of different options on these things, like where it's set up a little differently how it is. Print G-code, advanced.
It definitely has its perks, but
yeah.
And if you did it commercially and print farm and all that and making money off it, it's definitely worth it. But so I suggested either like a hobbyist and a commercial version.
Yeah. Yeah, I see where you're coming from on that.
I have like 2 different levels of the software.
Oh, there's Andrew. Didn't realize you were on the tube and on the Facebook instead. Whoops. I was the original beta tester for Luban. Yeah, I have to get with them. They wanted me to try that out. That's what I hear. It's crazy expensive. We are used to free, and we turn out more when it gets told we now have to pay. Yeah, I mean that's with anything, to be honest. So it's 9:44 a.m. there. Jeez.
4:47 here.
He's singing. He's sleepy. The only thing I always think about is can I buy another printer for the price of the software? Hey, I mean, for the price of this, you could buy a printer. This is $185 right here. So, yeah, spring. It is pretty late here, but you know, I took the week off because I just don't feel like dealing with work. So, I think I might be having a midlife crisis. So, I just have to work through it.
Oh, that's good. Get it out early.
Yeah.
Before you hit your 40s.
Yeah, exactly. Either that, I don't know. I'm done working for people. I hate being the corporate banter crap. You know, do a good job, you'll go far, that type of stuff. So
Yeah.
I'm broke most of the time and have to budget what I want and what I can afford. Yeah,
Yep.
I've been down that road several years. Thankfully, lots of hard work has allowed me not to be in that situation anymore. But it's a lot of hard work.
Yeah, I'm actually switching my streaming over to Twitch.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I have Twitch enabled in here, and I've done a couple streams, but I'm not expecting much out of that. So,
oh no, Facebook banned me from going live.
Really?
Yeah, and I haven't been live since February.
Wow, that's crazy.
No idea why either. No notification, no email, no nothing. I just went to go live a couple weeks ago, stream a game.
Yep.
And nope. Restricted.
Sorry. No stream for you.
Nope. Which is weird because usually when you're like in Facebook jail, you can't like, you can't comment, you can't share, you can't even log in.
Yep.
The one thing I haven't done since February, go live, and they take that away from me.
It knows you.
Yeah, you get a point there.
We got about 40 minutes on those prints. Yeah, not too bad. We gotta single out the longer orange and the Epax E10. There's something up with them. They're not printing.
Oh, that's what I can
cannot
do.
send files to friends. No, if you try and do that on Facebook, Facebook does have a limitation to what you can send. It's not just you, it's everybody. So use something like Google Drive. You can set it up, it's free. And
Yep.
I think you got
You get 15 gigs for the free?
Yeah. So
Then I actually set up one of my Pis with a 1 terabyte hard drive for my own personal cloud storage. I transferred all my music and movies over to that. If I want to share that with somebody, I just upload it and send them a link through Google.
yeah, very, very strange. Yeah, that's what I usually use. Spring is Google Drive for most of my stuff. So, but yeah. Hey,
Wow.
since you're on a stream, if like I said, if you need anybody to test out that the Anycubic Photon Ultra, I'm down to test it out and let you guys know how it is. If you zip the file or Google Drive, yep. So, yeah, I just I'm done with peopling nowadays. It's too much BS. It's the downfall of being a supervisor, is you have to deal with it on a daily basis. It's just like, you guys are damn near 40 and you act like, we're in high school, like, he did this or he said that to me. I'm like, really? You can't just say, all right, whatever, and walk it away? Like, what's going on here?
No, is that just sending files to friends locally, like in the same country? So they might be restricting, outside the country or files. Some countries do that.
she might have restrictions anyways because she's from China, and they usually use VPNs, so it just might be because of that. So whereas if she used Google Docs or not Google Docs, Google Drive, it might be a little bit easier for them. So
true.
Cool. Yeah, let me know. I'm always down. So I got plenty of printers, so we'll squeeze you in. In fact, I think over the course of the next couple of days, I'm going to be doing a bunch of unboxing videos because they need to catch up. I'm still behind from like December of last year.
Holy crap!
So, yeah, it's bad. I have 2 machines right here I need to unbox. I have like 4 more back there. And then I have a printer that I want to give away. I have another printer I want to give away.
Dibs.
So do you have a wash and cure station?
Nope.
I got one.
I got that little one that you sent me. That just the was
before
the wash and cure
the
came
ghetto
out.
stuff that I had. That's right.
Yeah.
So,
but I haven't even used it yet.
So do I.
It's literally still sitting in the box that you sent it in.
I have my my Anycubic wash and cure that I probably won't be using anymore.
Why is that?
Because I have this one.
Ah.
My small one's right underneath the desk here. It's just collecting dust now.
How much?
I'll send it to you for the shipping cost. I don't care.
Okay.
I might not even do that. Just send it to you. Screw it. I will have it. It would cost cash to post it. Why, are you in the UK? Oh, yeah. You said it was like 9 o'clock there, right? Yeah, you're in the UK. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be cheaper for me to buy one from Amazon than it would to ship it to you. I think they're about $100 on Amazon for the newer version, even. So, but yeah, I don't need it, and on top of it, I have an extra one that's brand new in the box right there too. But that one I think I'm gonna do for Scotland. That one I'll do as a package for a printer giveaway. I think which one? So I have the small Anycubic wash and cure station that's underneath my desk. It's my original one that I believe I got from Lily. This is the Plus. So let's see here. This is a modified 1.0. This is the original one that has served me well. And I think I got another 1.0. I've had it for a couple months.
Yeah, I don't even remember what size pep sheets I need.
Yeah, it's a 1.0. So I have the Plus. That's what I use, and it's far better than the Creality one. I actually have a side by side of the new Creality and the Wash and Cure Plus, and this is a far better Wash and Cure, the best one out there as of right now. Nobody even touches it. So got some nice prints off of it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Do you remember what size the pep sheets are for the Photon?
I do not, but pretty much any small ones you find will work. You might just be able to look for Anycubic Photon FEP.
Oh, that's what I did, but like a lot of them are coming up like the Photon Mono X and shit like that, and the monos.
Let's see. Photon S.
Nope, just regular Photon.
Yeah, I know. It's a Photon S is the same.
Yeah.
So here you go. $20.
For how many?
It looks like it's 2 pieces, and this is directly from Anycubic.
Yeah, I see that one. Looking for like a multi-pack.
Yeah, it says Anycubic FET film for DLP Photon, Photon S, Photon Mono SE, 3D printer Teflon film. It's like the first one that pops up. So
Yep. 0.15 millimeter high transmittance strength. Yeah. Yeah, I see that one. Not the first one, but
oh, for me it is. So.
Yeah.
Then there's the 5-piece, which is $35.
Yeah.
So either one.
Okay, so it's 200 by 140. All right.
Yep. Oh yeah, there you go. There's a 5-piece for $18. It's sold by Me Fine store. It basically looks like a picture of some film that has some wet spots on it.
All right, I think I saw that one.
It says it's 5PCS FET film, release film for Elegumar / Anycubic Photon / Photon S LCD SLA. So.
All right, I might be on my next page.
Black background. Looks like 1, 2, 3, 4.
The Me Fine store?
Yeah.
Yep. All right. I see it. All right. Add to cart. Yeah, I got to order resin too. I'm pretty sure that the gray that I have is way past its expiration.
You can still mix it up. It'll be all right.
Yeah, I know.
Have to keep consistently mixing it.
It'll be good for testing it once, because I have to put the new FEP on and get everything leveled. And yay!
There you go.
I always hated that part.
Yeah.
Actually, I've printed 2 things off of that since I got it from you.
That's why I got this.
Oh, yeah.
I just mixed my resin in that. Just.
Yeah, so I've had 2 successful prints off that since I got it from you.
There you go.
The Anycubic Cube and Marijuana Leaf Buddy. Everything after that kept sticking to the FET. And I think the 4th failed print, when I tried to peel it off the FET, fucking ripped the FET. Then I had 2 extra FEPs, and when I was trying to put them on, I got them tight, got them tuned. As soon as I put it on, filled it up, and ripped another one. And I still have the 1, but I don't want to try it again until I have more.
I think I just updated the Sheetsy box.
Now, let's look for resin.
I usually use eSun Bio resin. $55 for a plate of the complete build plate. Jesus. That's a lot of money.
You said bio resin?
Yeah, that's what I usually use. Oh, for Mac. Got it. Wish I had a Mac. Yeah, that's what I usually use. It's low odor. It's cheap. I think it's like $35 for a liter. which isn't too bad.
Half of or the 500 milliliters usually $20. So that's the plant-based stuff.
Yeah, it's Bio PLA.
The e-resin PLA.
Yep.
Okay.
I think they even have PLA Plus. I would hope so. eSun's like one of the largest manufacturers, so they should be good.
$37.99 plus 30% savings.
There you go.
What color should I do? I'll just go with gray.
All right, man. I'm gonna hit the road. It's 4:00.
All right.
Time to go to sleep. I'm tired.
Yes, definitely.
So
It's 5 o'clock for me, but I'm still wide awake.
I hear you. Yeah. Alrighty, sir. I'll catch you.
All right. Have a good one.